Got Uppal Taranga, he will be a key, and Sheldon Jackson behind the stumps. We know what a big ball he can hit when required. So a very strong looking side there for the India captains, winning the toss and deciding they wanted to have a bat first here in match number 1, Legends League 4.0. Well, the Mumbai Spartans standing in their way. Again, a very strong looking side. Srisanth captaining that side. You look at Subodh Bhati, Manan Sharma up the top, Amit Varma, and then behind the stumps Rahul Yadav. So again, a very strong looking side. Not surprising, because they are legends by name, legends by nature, and that is why they are here at LLC Season 4. So the Mumbai Spartans, they will be with the ball in hand out in the field here at the Indira Gandhi Stadium. Playing in the middle, 65 yards all around here. It's a perfect circle. They're playing under these floodlights here. The fans, well, they're excited. The 2 umpires heading out to the middle to oversee proceedings for today. Looking past that trophy, but a long time until that trophy gets lifted in a couple of weeks' time. The fans roaring their appreciation as the umpires head out and the teams line up just on that boundary edge. Again there, another India shirt very proudly celebrating. I'm sure those celebrations will continue for a long time. Those umpires out there, K. Srinivasan and Ravi Kaushik, heading out to the middle. Yep, get the photos in. And there he is, captaining the side today. Srisanth spoke very well down at the toss. A man who likes to have a yap, much like myself. So it was who could talk more almost at the toss. But he's heading out that Mumbai Spartan side. Again, looking very, very strong. And the man we heard from earlier, Hashim Amla, the big signing, the South African, well, his numbers speak for themselves. And it's very exciting to have him as part of the Legends League 4.0. And a few names on backs that one day perhaps will be legends themselves. Already legends, still playing for India, but maybe joining LLC one day in the future. And very happy to say that Rajat has headed up from having a look down at the pitch earlier and joined me up in the commentary box. Welcome to you.
Thank you so much. Well, 2 openers, they're getting in, and especially Hashim Amla. All eyes on these 2 openers. Saurav Tiwari, he's batted up. Sheldon Jackson is going to be the next. And who's having a new ball in his hand? None other than S. Srishant, the captain of the side. He's going to start from this end, and it's going to be Uppal Taranga, another legend, facing what a record he's got.
It's one of those, isn't it? These numbers come up and they just speak for themselves every time we say, wow, look at these numbers. But there's a reason these players are legends. 20 half centuries across this tournament, under 124 not out his best score. And look at that, Hashim Amla, 163 innings, over 4,500 runs. That strike rate 126 and an unbeaten 104 his top score as well. And Srisanth, again, 65 matches, the best of 3 for 29, and a healthy enough economy for a T20 as well. So he will be opening things up with the ball, but it is very nearly time for match number 1 in LLC 4.0. The nod from the umpire. The arm still out, just waiting. Srisanth at that north end with the ball in hand. And it's now time for match number 1, Legends League 4.0. Starts things off just straying down that leg side. For a moment thought there might have been a tickle on it.
Well, first ball, definitely you try to get those line and length right. Low bounce, that's for sure. And I think the next ball going to be better. S. Srishant, so much of experience, especially that catch what he took in the final of the T20 World Cup. Another repeat.
It looked like a little bit of movement there as well. He's an interesting character, isn't he, S. Srishant? I was talking to him at the toss and he's saying, you know, it's a celebration rather than a competition, but you know that he's got that competitive nature, that killer instinct.
Well, he's a special character, definitely, that's for sure. And as a captain, how you're going to lead the team. It's going to put a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, especially when you're a legend. That's a better line length.
Yeah, so third time lucky, finally finds the first legitimate delivery of the season, and there's a wry smile on his face as well. So captaining this side, again, this is how the India captains line up. How does this look to you?
Well, Hashim Amla, Saurabh Tiwari, team captain. A lot of big names, that's for sure. Sheldon Jackson, recently retired. Upul Tharanga, Praveen Gupta. So a lot of players, hidden talent, that's for sure. And how they're going to shape up, especially in this game, because the start of the tournament, it matters most.
Just pushing his field around. Third goes back on the boundary and finer. And stacked on that offside. That's well bowled. He's found his line now.
Well, it's not that easy for any bowler, especially when there's a left-hander and right-hander when they start. It's something what a bowler has to find the right line and length. But the ball is moving, but the bounce is very low, so you have to just make sure that you have to keep that consistent length what he bowled the last ball.
Still can't get it through, but nice intent that from Hashim Amla, walking at it, forcing Sreesanth to sort of have to adjust his length now.
You have to be ready on the front foot. And if the ball is short, you have to make sure that you play with a vertical bat, not with a horizontal. And S. Sreesanth, as an experienced bowler, he's not going to give you many. And Hashim Amla, he knows what to do, especially on these kind of pitches where the bounce is low.
So point goes out on the boundary this time, and fine leg is, well, it's very square actually, comes up inside the ring. Again, still can't get it through that ring inside the power play.
Well, it's very important, like when you come onto this pitch, trying to find out which shots you're going to play, what kind of formula you're going to use, how to make runs on these kind of pitches. Sometimes you need extra time, and that's for sure. You're not aiming for 200, 250, you're thinking about 160, 170. That's what we talked about during the pitch report, because the bounce is low and the ground seems to be a little heavy.
Yeah, he started poorly, didn't he, to this over. Those two wide strain down the leg side, but he's done well to find his line now, as Sreesanth. And this is the side he's heading up today. How does this one line up for you?
Manan Sharma, Amit Wamar, Rahul Yadav, KC Karyappa, mystery spinner. But that's for sure. Sreesanth and Subodh Bharti, Ishwar Chaudhary, they're going to play a very important role. They have substitute Bharat Chipli, who can always get in. And these substitutes, especially on these Legends League, you get to see many. It's a good comeback actually after two wides. And the only worry is that he's taking too much of time. He shortened his run up, but changing field is still on a regular basis.
So it'll be a single to end the over, even with the misfield. So in the end, a tidy finish to the over. One gone, 4 for none. And just a reminder of how the tournament lines up. 6 teams taking part. Each team plays each other once across the league stage. The top 4 qualify for the playoffs, And then the big one, playing for that shiny trophy that we saw earlier, will be played on the 27th of March. But plenty of cricket between now and then. So Ishwar Chowdhury to take the new ball from the south end. We've got the south end down in front of us in our commentary box, and coming from the other end, the north end, unsurprisingly. Finds the edge and he's gone! Picks up a wicket with his very first delivery of the game, and it's the big one, a huge scalp. Hashim Amla will have to go.
Well, the pressure in previous over is giving the reward in this over. Hashim Amla was finding it difficult to rotate the strike, tried his best, but this time, the moment he played his shot, not able to find the gap, straight into the hands of the cover point fielder. A good catch and a good start, that's for sure. Hashim Amla, what you were expecting, not able to deliver in the first game, but Ishwar Chowdhury got the main guy out, and it's first wicket falling at the score of 4.
So great start that for the Spartans after a pretty tidy first over in the end from Srisanth. Well, the new bowler came in, Ishwar, and picks up a wicket, his very first ball after that pressure of the first over. And the big one, the big scalp, Hashim Amla on his way for just 1. But they do continue to come. Sheldon Jackson comes out to the middle, a man not long retired. So young, fit, and will be looking to try and push those singles hard, turn those ones into twos. 11 50s and 100 across his 80 innings. And just short of 2,000 runs.
Sheldon, well, he played his domestic cricket for Saurashtra, and everybody knows like what kind of talent he's got. He's going to take little time, but definitely once he gets in, it's going to be difficult for the other team to stop how he plays, how he builds his inning.
This time strays down the leg side. Really good work behind the stumps as well. That could easily have gone through for byes.
Ishwar is not that express pace, but how to keep the ball away from the batter, especially when you don't have pace. It's not that easy to play on the rise, and that's what mistake you get to see from such a legend player, Hashim Amla.
Well, it's really well bowled. He's done well to keep that out, right in the block hole.
Trying to swing the ball, especially when it's a new cherry in your hand. You could see a little movement on this kind of pitch. You have to be very sure that on the consistent basis where you want to bowl, you're able to bowl, especially on those lengths.
That was there to be hit, and that's going to be the first boundary of LLC 4.0. Beautifully carved.
Great timing, and that's what these batters are talking about. Instead of hitting it hard, it's better to just to time the ball, especially if you're able to find that gap. The first boundary coming from the bat of Sheldon Jackson. You need some kind of push, and that's what Sheldon getting, especially when early start of your inning.
Again, gets it through, just pierces it through the gap, and it's going to be back-to-back boundaries. The runs are starting to flow now for the India captains.
Pure timing. Putting the ball into the gap. Outfield seems to be really hard. And once it crosses the 30-yard circle, it's not going to stop.
He didn't really have to do much to it, did he? Sort of checked his shot as well. It was just, as you say, pure timing and managed to pierce that gap perfectly. 65 yards all around to the boundary. This time there is protection down there on the rope.
I wouldn't be surprised if Srishant going to introduce spinner, really, especially in the power play. That's what he's talking about, Ishwar Chaudhary, that how you going to keep the ball little away from the batter, especially on those stumps. I played with Ishwar and Srishant the second edition of Legends League cricket when they played for Gujarat. And both these bowlers, they have that kind of reputation that when the pressure comes, they always deliver their best.
Again, gets it past the diving fielder. It's going to be the third boundary of the over, an expensive one that started with a wicket, but in the end gone for 14 runs. 2 overs gone, 18 for 1. Two overs gone, 18 for 1. The big wicket to go down, that of Hashim Amla, went for just 1 run in the very beginning of that second over. So they'll be very pleased with this start. The Spartans, after being asked to have a bowl first, sending one of the big names back to the dugout. And captaining the side, Srishant has decided they're going to have a change in bowl as well. So takes himself off. It means that Subodh Bhatti comes into the attack.
Subodh Bhatti, one of the guy who can bowl a very good slow one, can deceive the batter, especially with his pace and especially his slow ones. Earlier he started his career for Delhi but then shifted to Puducherry.
Beautifully played, and great work in the deep as well to get round and cut it off. It looked like it had 4 written all over it.
Flag Mario, flag! Light area, flag Mario!
Well, Sheldon getting his rhythm. Played 5 deliveries, but after those 2 boundaries, he looks very confident. Turanga, he's taking his time. Played only 2 deliveries, that's for sure. Ravi Kaushik, on-field umpire. And other side, we have K. Srinivasan.
Again, another one of these Spartans bowlers taking their time to adjust the field early on here. We saw it with Srishant as well in that first over. And again, stacking the field on that offside to the left-handed Turanga. There's a waft at this one, just beating that outside edge. little bit of laughing going on here. Well, there was no laughing from the Spartans when they were dispatched for 3 boundaries in the second over. It started with a wicket and then just nicely played as Jackson starting to find his rhythm. 10 from 5, and Taranga at the other end 5 from the 3 that he has faced. Beautifully played. He knew there that gap was and just waited. And you might call it an edge, but it was perfect placement, really.
Well, Taranga knows what he's doing, especially after getting beaten, how you have to play those deliveries, making sure you get towards the ball. And when the third man is up, it finds it very difficult how to stop these deliveries. They're taking their time, setting up the field, but still the batters, they're able to find those gaps.
Yeah, threw his arms at that one, just missing his line again. Now, you went and had a look down at the pitch earlier. You were saying it looked very dry. What kind of impact is that going to have?
Well, I think it all depends, like when you're going to use the spinners, especially when there is no grass. First match, starting of the tournament, nobody knows the conditions. And when you are playing these matches, you have to rely upon what you see. So I would say when the spinners, when they come into action, we'll get to know more how much turn they are getting. I would say it's better to introduce spinner ASAP.
It does well to wait on that one. Again, they'll just shuffle through for a single, ticking things over, move on to 25 now. So you wonder if they'll decide next over perhaps turn to a bit of spin or have one more of pace and then have 2 of spin in the power play.
Well, I think they have Manan Sharma. They have few guys who can turn things around. Even they have mystery spinner Kariyappa. Sheldon. He looks very confident, especially the way he's able to middle the ball. That's what a batter looks when he gets in, taking his time. But once he starts middling the ball, then you look into a different zone.
Yeah, it's interesting the way he takes guard as well. He's almost got all 3 stumps on show in that last delivery, so just looking to give himself room and sort of push it through that offside. So one more to come in this over from Subodh Bhatti, his first of the day. Again, moving that field around. And another man into the offside. He got that left-right combination. So the right-handed Sheldon Jackson back on strike again.
No!
And a very early call of no. So a dot to end the over. 7 runs coming from it. 3 gone. 25 for 1. Yeah, a few of the fans of all ages here to watch the Legends. Kids, parents. And I think that's what's always so inspiring, isn't it, doing the K-Rasa Legends League, is that, you know, you listen to your parents talk about these players their whole lives, but you've never seen them, so you get to actually come and watch them have a go. Look how young that youngster is over on the left. So not yet going to turn to spin. Ishwar is going to have a second after picking up a wicket with his very first ball in his first over.
But getting the wicket at the first ball, and after that those 3 boundaries, let's see how this over going to turn around things. Well, another shot, but it's a good thing like what they have done. They have kept the third man fielder very fine.
Yeah, and it's Subodh Bhatti there as well. He's just bowled an over and now he's chucking himself around in the field as well. Does really well. He's a tall bowler. It's a long way to get down. I can confirm it's a long way to the floor when you're tall.
Especially once you have turned into a legend, not that easy to bend your back. And when you're not playing consistently, it's not that easy to turn your body into those kind of modes.
Yeah, getting down is fine. It's the getting back up again that could be the problem. Advances down the pitch this time, flays his arms at it, and that will be 4 more. Taranga just pushing up through the gears.
Good thinking by Taranga. I think he could able to make out like how Ishwar is trying to ball, keeping things under control. Once you're under the ball, then you can just free your arms. Ishwar, he has to change his length, especially when a batter is stepping out. And you cannot think about releasing the ball and making the ball move, because now it's a 3-over ball. So this length seems to be better, especially when the ball is keeping low.
So 29 for 1 on the board after 3.5 overs. That was the only wicket to go down so far. Hashim Amla caught by Mausif for extra cover after bowling of Ishwar, his very first ball of the day. But since then, the game has really belonged to the batters that over. He picked up the wicket, yes, but then was expensive after that. Now they're just pushing through the gears. 5 boundaries so far.
Good running between the wickets. Once the fielders, they come to know that batter is thinking of a boundary, they always stay on the 30-yard circle, and that gives you an opportunity to take singles, especially when you just tap the ball around.
Well, the fans are loving it either way, it seems. There's horns blowing. There's always some kind of, what's it called, a vuvuzela? Is that what they're called? I think they are. That might be the ones that they have at football sometimes. But lots of noise always when you go to cricket anywhere in India, you find. It's a party for the senses. Yeah, attempted slow ball this time again, just losing his line.
Well, only 3 fielders on the leg side, mid-on, square leg and short fine leg. And that's what Sheldon thought about. If he's going to ball in the stumps, he wanted to go towards the leg side. Srishant not happy with Ishwar Chaudhary. He's saying, I'm giving the field on the offside and you are consistently bowling on the leg.
I feel like he wouldn't be very good at poker, Srishant, because his face has subtitles. Again, moves across early and couldn't be straighter if he tried. Checks his shot, all timing and beautifully along the carpet.
Another beautiful shot, especially when you're playing with a vertical bat. The ball staying low, but Sheldon Jackson, even after hitting the stumps, the force was enough to keep the boundary into limelight.
And just having a check at the bails there, just wants to go and see if they do stay on. There'll be a dot to end the over. 10 runs coming from it. 4 gone, 35 for 1. So it was a quiet start, the first over off the bowling of Srisanth, and then the wicket falling the first ball of the second and just accelerated on from there. 3 boundaries coming in the second over and just looking to try and take on the pace inside this power play. Still 2 more overs of power play with the fielding restrictions to come. 35 for 1 on the board. Remember, the India captains winning the toss and deciding to have a bat here in match number 1 of the K-Raza Legends League, the 4th edition of this tournament. And Taranga and Sheldon Jackson just getting into their business. 31 from 20 now, the partnership, and shared very evenly between the two. Yeah, he's done well to keep that down. Subodh Bhatti continues so with his second, so we haven't seen the turn to spin just yet.
But Srisanth is having that kind of confidence, especially in Bhatti, because he's got a good slow one. In T20 cricket, sometimes I always feel that it's difficult to bowl the second over, because after the first over, the batter knows what you're going to do. But Bhatti, he's got that experience and he knows like what kind of deliveries he has to use. Making sure that he had, whatever the batter is, according to that, he's changing the field, taking his time, especially if you're not bowling those extras, and the challenge will be how to finish these overs.
Too much width, and it's gone through him. Flays his arms at it, does Sheldon Jackson, and he can tell it was scratchy runs. It should have been stopped, but instead it's 4 more to the total.
So that seems to be played intentionally, especially with the power. Fielder finding it difficult, especially with that kind of pace. And Bhatti is not happy. He's completely not happy, especially with that kind of effort.
Yeah, Shoaib Khan will not be wanting to make eye contact with Subodh Bhatti for a while. Watch it go to him again. The ball will follow him now.
Well, it's always better to bowl in the stumps. I think having so many fielders on the offside and still bowling outside off stump, it gives you an opportunity to free your arms. I would say it's better to just bowl in the stumps, especially when the ball is keeping low. So this is a better length, better line. You can change the pace, that's for sure, but which line you need to bowl, that is very important.
Yeah, and he's got that in his armoury, hasn't he? He's got that back of the hand slower ball. He does have the ability to adjust his pace, Subodh Bhatti. And again, as you say, keeping low as well.
Sometimes as a batter, you are clever enough to understand, like once you get hit for a boundary, the next delivery is going to be a slower one. Either it's going to be a knuckle ball or back of the hand.
Yeah, but been a good response this from Bhatti. He's not let it get to his head.
That's the best part of Bhatti, that he knows what to do after getting hit for the boundary. Bowling 2 dot balls is really important. How you make a comeback in T20 cricket, that is very important. And T20 cricket is all about how things you can change around.
Well bowled, well played, good cricket all round. He's done really well to slow things down, Bhatti, just building up the dots, building that pressure.
And at the back of the hand, he worked really hard. Played all those local cricket in Delhi, and especially if you have played on those grounds where the grounds seems to be just 40-50 yards, you know how to stop a batter. And Bhatti is known, especially with these kind of deliveries, that what he's going to do next, you never know what's coming out from his hand.
Right, looking for a tidy out of the over here. And he's got a hold of that one. That has gone all the way, put down by the man beyond the boundary. But the first 6 of the K-Raza Legends League 4.0, a big finish to the over. 11 from it, 5 gone, 46 for 1.
5 overs done, and it's looking pretty good. I'd probably say that's the way you start a tournament. 46 for 1 after 5 overs. Lost, yes, the big wicket of Hashim Amla. This, of course, is day 1 of the K Rasa Legends League 4.0, if I may say. And a new bowler is coming in, understandably. This is what happened, Rajat, in that last over. Big hit. It looked like someone was there to catch it, but this man only had one thing on his mind, and that was to clear the fence.
First 6 of this tournament, first 6 for captains. Sheldon Jackson playing those 3 dot balls and then giving his best in the last delivery of this over. 46 for 1. And I think they are going in the same direction what we talked about. 160, 170, that's what they are trying to think about.
I get the feeling that you should get on the field, Rajat. I don't think that time is done.
Well, I was not there in the auction. Now it's not possible, but definitely in the commentary box you could see, you're going to see me on the regular basis.
That is a different kind of action. And wherever he's gone, whenever he used to play as well, KC Cariappa, this used to be the talk. That when you have someone like that who comes in with that action, as a batsman, you're out there, those first few deliveries, is that all you're focusing on?
Well, you have to be very careful, especially if these kind of bowlers are bowling against you. You're not sure where the ball is going to go, then it's going to be difficult for you. So you have to watch how the ball is coming out from his action. You can see different kind of grips, going wide of the crease. But that's for sure, if he's going for the turn, he will get the turn.
Now, he's gone wide of the crease again. But this time around, he's been sent packing to the boundary. Upul Tharanga isn't looking at the action. He is looking at that ball and he's sent it across the boundary lines.
Well, 2 balls were enough for Tharanga to read what Cariappa is going to do. Keeping the ball up, giving opportunity to Upul Tharanga, and he's not going to miss those.
He's been looking good now, Upul Tharanga. Meanwhile, the 50 has already been up. That's partnership is 46 of just 29 balls. Run rate of 8.82. And in the Legends circuit, you'd have to say that is a good run rate, especially on day 1. This again, now there's that bit of turn. Got him in, and you can understand that was close, Rajat. Yet again, I think he's also, the fact that you're bowling from so wide off the crease, you're looking for that drift, and if the ball then turns after that, problems galore for the batsman.
The good thing is that if you're keeping the length a little bit away from the batter is finding it difficult. Not even batter, even the wicketkeeper finding it difficult. Good comeback. Last over of the power play. Very good comeback. After 6 overs, 50 for 1.
Yeah, it was the second over which yielded the only wicket of the match so far, but also the most expensive over. After that, you've had that over number 5 where they've touched close to 10 runs. And if anything, after 6 overs of power play, 50 for 1, you would take it with both hands. Now here's a man, of course, whose brains we were picking before the start of today's encounter. Manan Sharma has come in to bowl his first over, 26 matches, 32 wickets, economy of 6.07. And if in that KC Cariappa over we got to see something, it was, Rajat, that there was a bit of turn on offer. Will be interesting to see if Manan can get a bit of turn as well in his over.
Well, I think spinners' role are very important, and that's what Manan is going to do. He's going to keep the ball away from the batter, especially when we talk about that turn. You have to make sure that you're pitching the ball in the right length. Even if you're going to bowl fast, the ball is going to come little slow, especially if you're trying to turn the ball. Manan, very experienced guy, played throughout his career for Delhi. Son of the legend domestic king Ajay Sharma, who was the coach of Jammu and Kashmir, who won Ranji Trophy this year.
Yeah, and what a story that was. Just tells you about the system, just tells you about how health, as far as Indian cricket's health is concerned, is just getting better and better by the day. That you have these kind of stories. There's not the powerhouses that are, of course, always destined to go and win this tournaments. That if you, of course, you set up a few systems in place and you follow it with a lot of dedication, the result is there to be won. Meanwhile, KC Cariappa got his first over, and as soon as that first over, nature's call. And you can't really stop nature's call, can you? It's been a tidy over so far from Manan Sharma. Just the 3 runs from it, and I'm guessing his captain S. Sreesanth will take it with both hands as well.
Sreesanth must be thinking who's the third spinner they've got, because you have to just make sure that the more you're going to introduce spin quickly, that is a better chance to stop the batters, especially when you are in that kind of flow.
Yeah, he's you can make out the length as well. He's setting himself up. He's waiting for the ball to be up a little bit. But full credit to Manan Sharma. The length has been good so far in this over.
Well, this is the best part. If you know, like, you have to keep the ball away from the batter and making sure that the ball is not short enough, you can definitely make a game. Good 4 deliveries, giving only 4 runs. Batters, what they're trying that if they're not getting boundary, they're rotating strike. So this is a smart thing what captains are doing right now. They're rotating their strike. They're not playing those dot balls, especially the last over what they've played. After getting that boundary also, you could see some dot balls. How you make a comeback, that is very important.
Yeah, there you go. Shot not there, of course, to hit. You're not wasting that delivery. You've gone on and you've got a single. You've got a single in each and every delivery in this over. And how about this for a picture? Beautiful looking picture. 51-run partnership between Upal Thuranga and Sheldon Jackson. Just the 37 deliveries used. 21 for Thuranga, 27 for Sheldon Jackson. It's been a tidy over. Not going to get a run off it as well. First over, good successful over Manan Sharma. Just the 5 off it, 55 for 1. It's day 1 of the K. Rasa Legends League, and you've got the India captains taking on the Mumbai Spartans, and you've got young and old, everyone who's made this way to their picturesque stadium. We'll have to see that. Keep on going, young man. You have to see his father's expression at the back. His father saying, do I smile? Do I tell him to sit down? Mother's looking on the left now. This man has, of course, spotted the camera. And there you go. You spotted the camera as well. Keep going at it. We're loving it. We're not complaining at all. And that's the beauty of sport, isn't it? It gets the family out of your seat. You make your way to the stadium. It's just a wonderful experience to watch live sport. If you ever get the experience to do so, opportunity to do so, make sure that you do go into a stadium and watch any sport it may be. But this has been a successful partnership, Rajat.
Well, that's for sure. After they lost Amla, pure timing, especially finding the gaps, making sure that once the ball comes underneath, you can free your arms. 1-6 from Jackson when the pressure was building. And this is very important. How you read a bowler, how you read what they're going to do. It's going to be challenged definitely against Cariappa, because you're not sure where the ball is going to go. That's what he's been doing from so many years.
Plus, you also see the trajectory. It's a little flattish. I don't think he gives it that much air as well. Doesn't put too much pace on it, but now you can see Pull into the right-hander, he's a lot closer to the wicket. So from a batsman's perspective, as soon as the left-hander comes out there, he's going to change his end and he's going to, of course, go way away from the crease. Isn't that the norm nowadays in T20 cricket? From a bowler's perspective, you're thinking a lot more that the batsman is coming out there with just one objective, and that is to send you over the park. You've got to keep on trying something or the other.
Yeah!
There again, it's kept low and it was close for Cariappa.
Cariappa using those angles, going away, coming close, and that trajectory what you talked about, the way you rotate is, if you normally see how he rotates his arms, ball keeping low, making it difficult for the batter. Yeah, that's what you were thinking about. Stay in those three stumps. If you're going to keep the length away from the batter will make a mistake, and the reward is going to be for a bowler.
And rightfully so. You could say in the sense that this wicket was coming. We were seeing it time and time over the last couple of deliveries since KC Cariappa, and not just KC Cariappa, the over before this as well. There's that celebration. Well done, sir. He's got the in-form man, if I may say. He's made a good start, 23 or 22. Started really well, but then sort of lost steam towards the end of his innings. 58 for 2, India captains. Two wickets down for the India captains, 58 for 2. We're in the 8th over right now, and of course young and old, everyone's made their way to the stadium. There you go. Aha, you've spotted the camera, and that's a lovely smile. This young gentleman has come in with his family as well. He's got an early seat, or should I say one of the best seats in one of the most beautiful stadiums that I've been in a long time, with the Kamau range in the background. And with that, the captain of the India captains is coming in. Saurabh Tiwari, quite a career he's had. 155 innings, strike rate of 122, 16 50s as well. He's got that one delivery to handle for KC Cariappa, who's really now, if I may say, he's put the squeeze on as far as the captains and their batting is concerned.
Especially those 14 deliveries, when you don't get a boundary, definitely there's a chance of getting a wicket. After 8 overs, 58 for 2.
Upal Tharanga, the last wicket to fall, that was courtesy KC Cariappa, got him bowled at 23 of 22. Hashim Amla, his stay on the crease was very brief, just the 6 deliveries, managed just the 1 run. And my guess is a lot of these people would have come in to watch the likes of Hashim Amla. S. Srisanth, he's captaining the Mumbai team, Mumbai Spartans. And that's the beauty of the Legends League, isn't it? That you've got these legends who are joining you. You get a chance to look at them. Meanwhile, at the other end, Manan is continuing with his second over. This, of course, was Upal Tharanga. That was the last one, kept low and really made it difficult for him to hit.
Well, I think it's because of the previous deliveries. You know, you keep bowling those dot balls, making things difficult for the batter. And then one ball, you ball in the stumps and there is a gap between bat and pad. Upal, he found it difficult to read KC Cariappa. And getting a wicket, that's what was very important for a spinner. Tiwari, another guy who's not going to run many runs, he's going to look for boundaries. That's the reputation what he's got. I played with him. He was a part of Rising Pune Super Giant when we played together in the IPL. got few 50s. Especially if you go on a ball under his bat, he's not going to leave you. He's going to hit it very hard.
I think we can say that that ball will be found in the Kumaon range only. So go find it at your own peril. But we all know, of course, the power of Saurabh Tiwari. And of course, from a batsman's perspective, Rajat, that when you come onto the crease, unlike to what we're getting used to see in normal T20 cricket, it takes you a while to get going. Give yourself those 4-5 deliveries, understand the pitch, and then go full throttle.
Well, that's the beauty of T20 cricket. You know, once you go in, if you don't get boundary, then that pressure is going to increase. How are you going to tackle that pressure, especially if you are not playing consistently? And that's what Tiwari is looking for. He's looking for those singles, not for the boundaries. But if you're going to ball some more deliveries like these, he's going to go for it. And definitely he's going to free his arms. It's a kind of pressure what is building against Tiwari.
Now there's a big shout for a catch, and it looks like Saurabh Tiwari's stay in the crease has come to an end. He never looked comfortable. Seemed like he was fighting at all times to get the ball to go away from him, eventually giving that wicket to Manam Sharma. They strike yet again. The India captains losing their third wicket for 59.
Will kept the ball a little bit away from the batter. Batter turned his bat before the ball could come close to him. Easy catch for Manan, getting his first wicket, getting Tiwari out. Team captain going towards the dugout. Didn't score many. 59 for 3.
And with that, it's time for the strategic timeout.
शर्ट नंबर 7 है
Nine overs then in Legends League 4.0. It's match number 1 in front of you. The India captains, who started off so really well, seems to have halted a bit in their progress. 59 for 3. Opal Tharanga 23 of 22. Hashim Amla just there for 6 balls in his stay at the Legends League. Meanwhile, Saurabh Tiwari, their captain, came, managed another 6 deliveries, couldn't get a single run as well. And it's been that combination of KC Kariyappa getting 1 wicket, getting 2 overs in and just giving 7 runs away, and of course Manan Sharma as well. Both of them have been putting in so much pressure from both ends. It seems like both these bowlers are bowling in pairs, And as a result, you've got ball since last boundary, just 21 deliveries now. This was the last one, Rajat.
Well, yes, that's for sure. I think both the bowlers, they have bowled 4 overs, had given only 13 runs or 14 runs, bringing their team back into action. Especially once the spinners being introduced, things are getting difficult for captains.
From a batsman's perspective, when you see that the ball is keeping low, there is a bit of spin on offer as well. What are some of your non-negotiables when that ball is coming to you?
See, the first thing is you need to understand that if you're not getting boundary, you have to just rotate the strike. Taking a single is something which you need to always look upon. You can always find it difficult if you're going for a boundary, but sometimes you're going for a single, you can get a boundary. So in T20 cricket, you need to rotate the strike. You should think about how you can go onto the pitch of the ball, how you can find or read the bowler in a particular manner. Gaurav Thoma, he's coming in after Tiwari got out. And they have played so much of local cricket and they have seen so many of bowlers, not many innings to be honest. So he has to make his mark into this legend cricket league. But once you are in and if you're able to rotate the strike, once you get the confidence, then you can turn things around.
Yeah, that was another one that kept low. It's the one that catches you in surprise completely. You get a few deliveries going, you get the ball moving, and then you have something like this coming your way.
See, you have to understand that how you going to manage these 8 overs. So they have 2 spinners, Karyappa and Manan. Other than that, they have Bhati, who's a medium pacer, Shrishant and Ishwar. So you have to just wait for those 12 overs, especially if the 5 overs are gone and remaining those overs are being bowled by the spinners. You have to just calculate how you have to manage the remaining overs of the spinners.
And it's been quite a comeback. 25 balls now since they've scored a boundary. And this is a T20 game in front of you. The good thing to see is they're trying to get as many runs as possible. At least if there's no boundary on offer, make sure you rotate the strike, something you were talking about as well, Rajat. That run rate has dropped now to 6.41. Just a few overs before Karyappa and Manan came on to bowl, that run rate was close to about a 9. So that's the kind of impact they've had in this game. Final delivery. Yeah, another successful over. At the end of 10 overs, the India captain 63 for 3.
Well, you take a look at that Manhattan, it looks like they started building the city and ran out of concrete halfway through. They've really fallen off with this run rate now. 63 for 3 halfway through this innings after winning the toss and deciding to have a bat first. So unsurprisingly, Manan is going to continue. Got that really sort of side round arm action, hasn't he? That can really surprise batters.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been good work from both the spinners in tandem, really pulled things back. The question is, does Shrishant have a third spinner to turn to?
Yeah, we were wondering that earlier in the power play. They sort of went pace all the way through, and we thought maybe after 4 overs they would bring spin in because they started to take on the pace. Yeah, and it does feel like sort of, do you just turn to someone who's a bit of a part-timer at this point and think it's working?
Definitely sliding down legs, and Manan knows that's the smile. Yeah, it was 46 for 1 at the end of 5 overs, and all those 5 overs were delivered by Seam. That's when they brought in the change, and since then, 18 for 3, and more than 5 overs bowled.
One of those, the keeper almost gives it away, doesn't he? He goes so far across. That's really well struck in the end. Has he managed to stop it with his feet? I mean, it's unconventional, I'll give you that, but if it works, you do you.
Kolsawala is the fielder out in the deep. Yeah, maybe a football contract in the offing. I don't know. Not sure. What he's done very well is to avoid turning his ankle over, because that can happen with age.
I don't think it's just age as well. I feel like anyone could have stood on that ball. Glenn McGrath, 2005 Ashes, standing on a ball, which obviously is something that sticks in my head as an English person all these years later. But in the end, good fielding, if you ask me. Yeah. If it works, it works.
Is it true that there was a case for making that particular stray ball the player of the series? Because that was pretty much a turning point, wasn't it? Now, a turning point in this innings, almost. Nearly finding the gap, but a little bit more intent. Georgie, also what we've seen is none of the batters have used their feet at all, or is it also a reflection of the pitch because there's no pace really?
We saw a little bit of it, didn't we, early on in that power play. Amla, the few deliveries that he was around, he did think about sort of shuffling down the pitch, causing the openers to adjust their line, but not really. This one, given extra flight, and he flays his arms at it. Doesn't time it well at all, but it's going to be a boundary. A much needed boundary.
Yeah, the good thing about that shot, played his field because he knew that there was a ring of fielders inside the ring, so he just needed to get it over. There was a deep point, but made sure that he got quite fine. And once he went past the infield, it was always going to be 4. Yeah, a bit too much flight. That's what Sri is saying. Come on, don't tease them this much.
Yeah, flatter to end the over. Unsurprising, really. So single to end it. 9 coming from at 11 gone, 72 for 3. So just the one partnership to write home about, the half-century partnership between Taranga and Sheldon, 54 from 43, and shared around nicely between the two of them. But since that was broken, it's been difficult. Sheldon, he's still out there though, 37 from 26, and you feel like if they're going to want to accelerate into the second half of this innings, he really needs to put his foot down again. And that strike rate, 142, so it's very healthy, but it's the wickets falling around him that's the problem.
And Shrikant has been hearing what we've been saying because he's gone to another spin option, Asad Pathan. Massive hitter of the ball later when he comes on to bat, but for the moment, looking to contribute some overs of part-time spin. Let's see how useful that can be.
Drag down to start things off. Well, it's going to be useful, but sadly it's useful for the other team.
Yeah, Sheldon showed his intent in the previous over as well. Got a boundary there and he's blasted this away. Absolutely plonked it right into the stands. It's a lot of power. That's what they train for. Maybe just that kind of injection of pace which this innings needed. Even from here on, if they go at about 10 runs and over, that takes them to 160, which, Georgie, could be a great score on this pitch.
Yeah, much better. Yeah, that was the discussion at the toss. Both captains saying sort of that 160, 170 mark. Obviously, new pitch, new tournament, new teams. You're just trying to gauge things. And that's why they decided to have a bat first. They thought sort of if we can put 160, 170, get that pressure in the first game, they'd be confident with that. Oh, he's gone for the big heave-ho. That's the, you know, you've got to sort of use your bat to try and stand up again.
Interesting decision to come round the stumps to the other player, to Tomar. Bit of a wild heave.
How has that missed? How has that missed the top of that off stump?
I think that might have actually brushed the bail, and it's probably the second time that's happened. There was a straight drive from Sheldon. Yeah, that's hit the stumps. That's hit it quite firmly. What's happening here?
That's bamboozled everyone. You know what? If I'm out there and I'm a Spartan in yellow, I'm going to have a look at that stump. Is it glued on? Someone stuck some chewing gum underneath.
It's happened at both ends, but what's been happening is the fall of wickets thus far. Hashim Amla, that was a bit disappointing. Not the greatest of balls to get dismissed too. And then this was the important phase where the spinner struck.
Up and over, fielder sets himself over his head. He bounced at the right time. If he could have got there, he would have got there, just not tall enough. 12 gone, 86 for 3. $50 up for Sheldon Jackson. What a way to bring it up. 50 from 29 deliveries, and that over bookended with sixes and a monster down the ground to bring up his half century. So 5 fours and 3 sixes on the way. Strike rate 172. You'd be very pleased with that if you're Sheldon Jackson out in the middle.
Yeah, this was that shot. Didn't really come off the middle, and it was very flat. That also brought up his half century. Outstanding innings. He's kept this innings together pretty much, especially since the fall of Upul Taranga.
Muted celebration. Well, there's a discussion going on out there in the middle. The two batters, captain of the Spartans, and Srisanth as well. The helmet comes out to replace the hat.
And started his innings with a couple of gorgeous shots on the offside. That set the tone for what has been a good exhibition of batting. Punching through the offside. This was another one which hit the stumps and went for 4. So there's been something spooky happening with the furniture, but absolutely nothing wrong with that willow.
We talked about making the ball the player of that match. I think that today the stumps has done more than some of the fielders. So 50 from 29 for Sheldon. He's playing a really crucial knock here of the 86 for 3 that's on the board at the moment for the India captains, who, remember, won the toss and decided they wanted to have a bat first. So they've got 8 overs to play with and just rebuilding those Manhattans. Well bowled. Good line, good length, good stuff to start from Shoaib.
They're chopping through all of his options now into their 7th bowler. It's not a very experienced side, this Mumbai Spartans one. And interestingly, the captain has only bowled 1 over. Of course, he's going to come back at the death, but perhaps a good idea to come back a little earlier as well. Just try and make an impression. Although now with the older ball, it will probably be a lot more variations.
Yeah, he bowled the very first over, didn't he? It was captain saying, right, I'm going to start things off. Started with a couple of wides and then dragged it back. And then we saw the pressure that was built at the end of that over and then forced the wicket at the beginning of the next over. So you do wonder when he might bring himself back on. The spin has been key in this innings so far. Heaved! Beyond the boundary. 6 more. Tomar joins the party.
He made that look ridiculously easy, but that's not an easy shot at all from Tomar. That's a lot of power because he's just swung around and he's been able to straight, pretty much flat batted for 6. Mind you, not very big dimensions here, but still he's cleared that comfortably.
Advances down the pitch this time. We were saying we hadn't seen much of that from the batters and just trying to force Shoaib to adjust his length there. Perhaps feeling the confidence of the previous shot, thinking, right, I'm in now.
Also deceived by the change of pace. Yeah, more than one ball has kept low. So that could be a concern going into the second innings. This is not a concern though. This has been fairly well timed. Good enough for 6.
Yeah, he's absolutely tonked that to bring up the 3 figures for the captains, bringing up 100 with a 6, the second 6 of the over. And suddenly it's as if someone's turned up the volume here. And the crowd absolutely loving seeing this striking. It was Sheldon Jackson doing it, and now Tomar at the other end saying, hey, this is a 2-man partnership, this.
Yeah, together 41 runs from 24 balls. That's just the kind of momentum that this innings needed after those follow wickets, especially when the captain was dismissed.
Just tucks him up with the last ball of the over. A single to end the over. 13 gone, 101 for 3. Well, last time we looked at the partnerships, we said there'd only been one to write home about, and now Sheldon again is part of it, and alongside Tomar, 42 the partnership now from 25, both striking really well. Tomar striking up almost at 143, Sheldon at 170, and finding the boundaries regularly, which is just what they needed. Things have been really slowed down by the spinners, bringing back on the pace, taking it on, and again, we're going to go back to taking the pace off again. Amit Verma into the attack. 52 matches, a healthy economy, just over 7.
Yeah, 8th bowler into operation. You reckon the keeper Rahul Yadav might be queuing up as well?
Real bit of flight to start things off. Yeah, I reckon I could warm my shoulder up, go and turn my arm over. No one would notice, yeah?
Bowl Amit.
Actually a good first ball to begin with. Perhaps a tad bit over-pitched, but if he can pitch that slightly further back, could pose a threat or two.
Big play at this one, and behind the stumps really thinks he's got a tickle. Umpire shakes his head, wants the review. And we're going to go upstairs.
Yeah, Srishant does oblige in the end. It looked close. It was again a very good ball, it must be said. A bit too full for the cut which Sheldon was going for. We've seen Rahul Yadav. He's quite a character, very buoyant, never shy of having a word or two, and he was very sure that there was some sort of an edge. Let's take a look.
Well, definitely absolutely fine behind the line. I think it's just criminal if spinners bowl front foot, no balls. It should almost be 2 runs, if you ask me. But that one, absolutely fine. And then his eyes just lit up. Has it tickled that bottom edge? That's the question.
Yeah, looking at that angle, certainly not that close to the inside edge.
He doesn't look particularly worried, does he? Seeing what Nick Sense has to say about this. Oh, hello. Hello. Quite the mountains in the distance.
So a definite murmur. And that will be the end of what has been an exceptional innings from Sheldon Jackson. The change works. The 8th bowler comes in and picks up a wicket, Georgie.
Lucky number 8. That's definitely lucky. Yeah, the appreciation there. The Spartans, they needed that because that partnership, 43 from 27, was just starting to drag the game back into the captain's grasp. And you can see the captain of the Spartans there, Srishant, very happy with that. The 8th bowler gets the big one. Sheldon Jackson, he goes for 51, 102 for 4. I'll be very happy to see the back of Sheldon. So the top 4 now all back in the hutch. Extra bit of flight again to greet the new batter. Off the mark straight away.
Anirudh Joshi, 27 matches, a best of 73 not out. That could be handy here for the India captains, because you get the feeling if Sheldon had played for longer, they would have got to that kind of score that they should be aiming for. Now this has been played inside out. 2 in the over. What an inspired change this is. Amit Verma is making a massive impression, and S. Srishant will claim all the credit because he's saying that this is a master stroke from me.
Yeah, Ishwar Chowdhury there waiting and just snaffles it without making a single mistake. Straight down the throat, and it's 2 in the over now. It's just what they needed. He didn't even have to move. Fingers up the Australian way, as they say. And they're very, very happy. The bowling change, a little bit of magic. Tomar goes for 21, 103 for 5. Five down now, 2 wickets falling in the over with the 8th bowler used. It has been a little bit of magic. I think it's China where it's lucky number 8, so we're going to go with that one. Lucky number 8th bowler. So it brings Asela Gunaratne out to the middle. Over 1,600 runs to his name. Oh, that has turned. We're going to go upstairs for the stumping.
Well, the only thing better than a 2-wicket over, I suppose, is a 3-wicket over. Gunaratne isn't that sure. Rahul Yadav always is. Yeah, nothing wrong with the front foot. What an over this is from Amit.
Blimey, turning into quite something, hasn't it? Yeah, absolutely fine on the line there. I won't be telling him off later on. Well out there, foot's in the air still, if you ask me. That is really, really good work behind the stumps. Rahul Yadav, quick as a flash. Just checking on that toe, but if you ask me, he's going to have to stroll off. And what was a great over, it's turning into a phenomenal one.
Yeah, guess who's getting an over in the power play in the next match? But Mumbai Spartans, what a turnaround this has been. Massive call here from the TV umpire, AP Singh. Definitely in the air at this point. The question is, when the bails are off, is he back? Whew.
We know about those bails today, don't we? The stumps have been having quite a day clinging on to the bails. It's very tricky. He's done well to stretch his leg back that far, but it's just, if you get your foot down, you just wish your foot was a size bigger. You put a little bit more in the end. They're just waiting on that decision. They'll be very happy with this one. Well, there you go. That's one very happy captain. S. Srishant, 3 wickets in the over, 2 in 2 balls. And the captains now find themselves 103 for 6. What an over this has been. Yeah, there's the confirmation. 6 down.
And he's still got one ball to go, so he'll have that hat-trick ball up his sleeve. And it could be the most incredible over ever in the history of T20 cricket, at least what we have witnessed, haven't we?
Yeah, we said, turn to someone who might be a golden arm. What's a platinum arm? He goes without scoring, 103 for 6. Got to head out and face the hat-trick ball. Already 3 wickets in the over for Verma. He's got figures of 3 for 2. Strays down that leg side. You know what? For a moment, it would have been heart in mouth. He'd got a little tickle on that. And this was just an excellent bit of work behind the stumps. Really quick.
Yeah, the only takeaway for that ball is that there was appreciable turn on offer. So that's where the captains have to take a lot of hope as well for their innings. Tucked away on the onside to finish off the over. 105 for 6.
Fourteen overs gone, 105 for 6, and it was those partnerships just started to build, and then bang, bang, bang in that 14th over. Captains find themselves batting into their lower order now. 105 on the board. They continue at this rate, they'll get themselves up to 150, and we thought that target would be about 160, 170 as Manan Sharma is back into the attack for his final over of the day, 1 for 15 so far. And there's a big appeal, and they're going to go upstairs for this one.
Yeah, I thought there seemed to be a hint of an inside edge, perhaps. And even if not, then that's got to comprehensively turn back in and strike the stumps to overturn the on-field decision, which was not out.
Batters have just gone over to have a chat with the fielding team anyway. They're just having a little mothers' meeting in the middle. Father's meeting, perhaps.
Yeah, legendary, either way.
Yeah, having a little catch-up while they wait. Well, that's absolutely fine behind the line, so he won't go in my bad books.
Yeah, just the question whether that's got a little bit of a tickle from the bat, perhaps. And then also the height and the point of impact. A few doubts, I would think.
It's straight enough, at least. Again, the batter doesn't seem too worried. As you see, it's just above that knee roll. Well, it's a flat line if you ask me. If you were a doctor, it would take some reviving.
So now it's down to whether it goes on and strikes the stumps and well enough to overturn the on-field decision.
Luckily we're not doctors, because there would be no reviving, I imagine. So still waiting on that decision. Is it too high at that knee roll? Where's the point of impact? How far out of his crease is he? Be very nervous. Already 6 wickets down, just 105 on the board. That round arm from Sharma. Impact in line, pitching in line. Oh, It's close, but we thought it might be a little high, hitting above that knee roll, confirmed there by the technology.
Manan Sharma channeling his inner Dennis Lilly there. It's appreciable bounce.
You know what, we could just build a package of Srisanth's reactions, if I'm honest. You know when you need a GIF to reply to a message when someone texts you something, you just send a Srisanth face. Got subtitles.
Oh, Pape.
That's well bowled. So they do lose their review there, the Spartans. Just one remaining now. The captains have still got their two. But that run rate now at 7.4. We've got 5.5 overs still to play with. They carry on at this rate, get to 147. They've got to start pushing through. But the problem is the wickets in hand as we go into the back end of the innings. The batting lineup, I should say. Yeah, that's good running. See, if you run that first one hard, put the pressure on the fielder.
Yeah, went straight to the skipper. Good captaincy from him as well. The fact that he brought on Manan at this point, exactly after that massive over from Amit. Won't be surprised if Amit continues to bowl, but then he brings back Kariyappa for his final over. And just looks to close this innings out as quickly as possible with the spinners.
Yeah, well, he does seem to have plenty of bowlers he can turn to. You've got obviously the likes of Subodh Bhatti as well. He's gone for 18 from his two, so has been expensive. Srisanth himself gone for just 4. He bowled that first over. Remember, 2 of them were wides as well to start things off, so he was really tidy. You can imagine he'll bowl down the back end, but it's getting longer and longer, that. Yeah, sort of caught in two minds there, wasn't he? You could see his eyes sort of lit up, thinking about taking it on, and in the end, just another single.
Yeah, and specifically the point I was making about not using their feet, they've not done that at all against the spinners. So that's allowed somebody like Manan just to find a spot and keep hitting it. I know perhaps there's just a little bit of doubt about how the pitch is playing. Maybe some of the odd balls have turned a bit excessively, but you've still got to be brave if you can.
Finds a little bit of real estate out on the leg side, so just a single. He'll keep the strike for the beginning of the next over. 15 gone, 110 for 6.
So 11 and over needed to get up to 165. When we were assessing the pitch, Rajat Bhatia did feel that 160 to 170 should be the par score that the team batting first should be aspiring for. But that looks a fair distance away. And especially when this man has come on and bowled an absolute peach of a first over. 3 wickets. As Amit Verma, the leg spinner, continues. Again, good control. Rajat back in the commentary box. What an over this was from Amit Verma.
Well, making a comeback. Again, the same thing what we talked about, you know, how you make a comeback, especially in T20 cricket. And that's what Amit knows how to do it. Oh my God. He missed the full toss and keeper missed an opportunity.
Yeah, that should have been the 4th. Rahul Yadav has kept well, but this was a rare lapse from him. Praveen showing a willingness to use his feet, and that's why this time he just couldn't do that. He went for lower yet again.
Well, the way he stepped out, it looked like he wanted to just go over the park, but somehow the ball tipped in front of him. Rotating strike is very important, and that's what they should be looking for. Sometimes, you know, going for the boundary actually stops those singles also.
Yeah, this is what Amit did in his first over. This was a big wicket. Sheldon was immediately shaking his head. Then Tomar looking to go down the ground, unable to clear long off. This was beautifully turned across Asela Gunaratne. Fetched away on the onside. Should only be 1.
especially if you get 3 wickets in the first over. It's going to give you immense confidence when you are coming for the second. That's what he's doing. Oh, that's a good thing. Especially the last ball of this over, going for a 6. Good relief for the captains. After 16 overs, it's 118 for 6.
And the umpire will also signal the second strategic timeout of this innings. Three main contributors, Sheldon with that 51, Taranga with 23 and Tomar also picking up 21. It was a bit of a horror start because Hashim Amla fell for just one, which was of the very first ball of the second over after Srishant had delivered a very precise over. This fell to Ishwar. Then Karyappa striking. Manan Sharma getting this return catch of the bat of Saurabh Tiwari, and then 1 over, 3 wickets. Incredible bowling by Amit Verma.
Especially this over of Amit Verma, getting those 3 wickets, making things really difficult for the other team. Spartans now trying to revive from those 3 wickets. So many bowlers have been used, but Amit Verma coming very late.
And now going back to seam, we expected a little bit more spin perhaps, maybe Karyappa to finish off, maybe he'll come back later, or maybe now it's back to the seamers. But if spin has worked, maybe you should go back to that. Only 1 over anyway left of Karyappa. Here's Bhati.
Srishant bringing back Bhati. Bhati, he can bowl those slow ones, those cutters, those yorkers. Fall of wickets you can easily seize. Praveen hitting the 6 on the last ball of the previous over, making things little easy for the captains.
Yeah, very close to a catch in the outfield, and that's why Srishant wasn't very happy.
I think once you become a legend, it's not that easy to expect those things. I always feel that when you were young, when you were playing IPL, when you were playing competitive cricket and you were consistent in playing, that time you could expect those catches.
Oh, this is great work though. Direct hit at the non-striker's end. That could well be out. How's that for an effort by a legend, Subodh Bhati? They will go up to the TV umpire, and at first glance that did look very close, Rajat.
Well, that's for sure, but one throw and then he's rubbing his shoulder. And who's helping him out? S. Srishant.
Yeah, everything about this league is legendary. And some legendary visuals. But this is tight. Oh, but he's made it. That's exceptional work. He's definitely made it.
Well, because you remember those basics from where you have to grip the bat and especially how you need to drag it.
Oh, now that it's not out, it will hurt Subodh's right shoulder a little bit more.
I hope he's going to bring the slow ones out from this shoulder. Subodh Bhati. One of the guys who normally I still remember playing a lot of local cricket in Delhi and was very well known because of his slow ones.
There's the slow one. There's the dismissal. It's the leg before. It's Anirudh who has to go back. Will he think of perhaps reviewing this? Yes, he should, and he has done that. But that was beautifully bowled by Subodh.
Well, looked like he's opened up his shoulder a bit more at the previous ball because of that run out chance, and now he's able to use that slower in a better way.
This was basically just a leg break, and the only question there should be perhaps about bounce and perhaps about where it pitched, because it definitely was going on to strike, or at least was in line. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. There's that variation also visible in that replay. Didn't seem to be any bat on it because the batter completely got deceived.
An important thing is that you're keeping the right length. Sometimes because you try to bowl a slow one, you use that kind of pressure with your wrist. You find it difficult to bowl into the stumps. Umpire will take their time. They're going to find it everything possible just to see if there is a bat involved or not. No, that's for sure. An umpire was very sure, on-field umpire, the way he gave out, he was very sure that's going to hit the stump.
Yeah, he's up on his toes, but he's on his back foot as well. So that's the mitigating factor. And the on-field decision is out. So in all likelihood, even at worst, this will only stay an umpire's call. What a great fight back this has been from Mumbai Spartans on a couple of occasions. Because after that first wicket fell, they were off to a rollicking start. They were at 46 for 1 from 5 overs. Then the spinners came back, put the brakes on. Then those follow wickets. Then that massive over from Amit Verma. And now, if this wicket does fall, then there's every chance the captains might find it difficult to bat out these 20 overs.
Well, that's for sure that we predicted the right thing, that this pitch is going to help the spinners.
Let's see. 2 reds. Third all-important one coming up. It is umpire's call. So because it was given out, Anirudh Joshi will have to walk back. And that is a pivotal moment. Because they wanted a specialist batter out there to try and give them a big finish. But he's had to go back. It's the 7th wicket as well. The Subodh Bhati, just as Rajat cued, he has those variations, he has slow balls, he also bowls a mean Yorker, and he has struck with a slow leg break which has completely foxed Anirudh. And that has meant that the India captains now are 120 for 7 with Anirudh gone for 5. Subodh Bhati with his first wicket in his third over has been a tad expensive today, but this final over's work is what he's known for, and that's what Srishant, his captain, has turned to for him. Imtiaz has a best of 34 not out, needs some lusty hitting, but won't get there with that swing.
Especially when you're not playing cricket very regularly, it's not that easy to go and hit the ball, the first ball. But how Aniruddha got out, not able to read the slow ones, straight away in front of the stump. He was legged before, and that's how you thank God. Once you become a legend, and still there is always a pressure when you are playing under 20, this 2020 game.
Yeah, more than useful over. 17th over coming in, just 3 singles, 2 dots, one of them a wicket. Exactly what Srishant will want at this stage. If you dry out the boundaries, then you should be able to keep your opposition down to about 140, maximum of 150, which should be considered a good job by the bowling side. However, Praveen will be eyeing that leg side. A little bit of a breeze at the back of Subodh as he runs in. Well bowled. Finishes the 17th, 3 and a wicket of it, 121 for 7. It's a very good job when 8 bowlers have been used and 5 of them have been among wickets. Ishwar, Subodh, Karyappa, Manan all with 1 apiece, and the most successful bowler now ready to deliver his third over, Amit Verma. Very useful leg spin, and in the last over he got hit for a 6 when he tried to bowl the googly. Now he has a right-hander, will definitely be leaning on that leg spin of his. That's well fielded. That gets through past point, that could run away for 4.
Good fielding by Mosif Khan, trying his best to stop the ball, and that's what it's required. You just need to show those commitment. A lot of things depend upon Praveen, how he is going to attack, how he's going to play. 7 wickets have fallen, still few more deliveries to go. Going for a big shot, finding the gap, getting those boundaries. Crucial part what you need to play, especially when you don't get that kind of partners in front of you.
Yeah, and this is why Amit has been trying to avoid get into his arc. Bowled the googly last time. This was a conventional leg break, and he loves that leg side. Immediately picked it up, down on his haunches with the turn, smacked away. Doesn't get 6, but he won't mind at this stage. Even a 4 is quite handy.
Wait.
Good batting by Praveen Gupta, rotating the strike at the right time, getting one boundary and then making sure that showing confidence in Imtiaz is also really important.
The captains will love it if they can get boundaries from both ends. Can Imtiaz do that? Oh, indeed he can! That is beautifully struck. All the way past the side screen for a massive 6 from Imtiaz. What a way to announce his arrival to the crease as well. Good smile to go with it.
Showing some powerful hits, making sure, going underneath the ball, freeing his arms. Surprising the bowler and even S. Srishant, the captain of the Spartan side. That's the best part of T20, how you make a comeback. Captains, they are recovering from those 3 wickets which fell down in just 1 over. After that, it's very important how you're going to revive from that disaster.
Yeah, such an incredible shot that they've had to reach out for a new box of balls. That really was great impact. And a point we were making earlier on commentary as well, that against spin, we haven't seen the captain's batters use their feet as much. You use your feet, this is what can happen. Now, how does this change how Amit Verma bowls? Because so far he's been allowed to pretty much pitch it on a very good length throughout.
Rotating the strike, that's very important. I think after that 6, sometimes you expect another big blow from a batter. But Imtiaz knows what he has to do. You have to just make sure that you stay till the end. You cannot expect from a legend now that he has to bend his back and stop the ball. After 18 overs, 138 for 7.
LLC Season 4 off to quite an interesting start. It's been an incident-filled first innings. India captains with portions of control during this batting innings, but every now and then the comeback has come. Langdon shot, just punched towards long off. 1-2, they're heading out for the second. Oh, better throw and he would have been in trouble.
Imtiaz making sure that if fielder is taking time to come to the ball, then you can take advantage of that, and that's what you look upon. That 18th over giving you so many runs. You need those kind of buildings, especially at least in the last over of the 20th over or this over.
Absolutely, 17 in the end of that over from Amit. And the good thing, as we mentioned, that runs are coming from both ends. Although Imtiaz, after that single, huffing and puffing a little bit. So maybe not too many singles now coming. A few big hits from both men.
Partnership of 21 runs of 11 balls. Still 10 more balls to go. You expect another 20-25 runs, which will take the total around 160, which is going to be a good total on this pitch.
Yeah, we'll also keep an eye out, but thus far no signs of any dew as such. Fairly dry outfield. So that would indicate that even the India captains, spinners should obtain some purchase from the surface.
I think now you know how this pitch is behaving. At least you know that if you're going to introduce the spinners and if you keep the dot balls consistently, definitely it's going to put a lot of pressure. Pace-wise, if you're going to see the scores, you can see 5 wickets falling from 17 to 15, which actually changed the whole picture. But now things are moving in right direction. Oh, good slow one. Deceived him completely. And after getting out, now you're able to make out what was that.
Yeah, Imtiaz had committed very early, but that's another beautiful bit of bowling from Subodh Bhati. That's what he's known for in the death overs. Again, back of the hand. A little bit of turn away after pitching, and that completely foxed Imtiaz. Even if he had read the speed, he didn't read the line. Top of off. Absolute textbook death overs bowling. Imtiaz goes for a brisk 12. It's 142 for 8. Run rate just a tad under 8 runs per over. Veer Pratap Singh comes in. Opportunity here for Subodh with 2 balls to go to maybe finish off this innings in this over itself. That's what he was aiming for, but definitely sliding down leg. He wants the review, and he's also gone for the review. What do you reckon, Rajat? It definitely looked like it was sliding down leg.
Well, actually, Shant showing confidence with Subodh Bharti because Subodh asked for this review. But looked like as if it's going to miss the leg stump. Umpire was very sure. Checking the no ball first. Well, that's safe. But if it's not out, they're going to lose the second review.
Yeah, they're starting pretty much outside leg, probably pitching outside as well. Full marks for optimism.
Well, it's not going to be difficult for the third umpire to make out, especially when the on-field umpire was very sure that the ball was missing the leg stump. But Subodh, standing in different angle, I think he was the only guy who thought it's going to hit the stump.
Yeah, he almost went into a straight away what they call a appeal nowadays. A celebration come appeal. But yeah, he does bowl that Yorker very well. Just not the right direction on that.
I think he asked for the review so that he can breathe for some time.
Even Srishant mildly amused at that. First of all, they look for that inside edge. In fact, this is the pitch map and it's pitched outside leg.
You can easily make out from the keeper which direction he was moving. That's what we said. It's not going to be difficult for the third umpire to review, but that's for sure. Bharti was very confident and he got his breath back.
Yeah, both the on-field umpires have also done a good job, particularly Ravi Kaushik. Spot on with pretty much most of his decisions. Good over thus far. 5 of it, including a leg by. Outside edge. This will spoil the over. It's 4. 1 over to go. Captains are at 147 for 8. Six balls to go, and look who the captain is turning to. But before that, this was that change of pace. Outside edge, cultured edge, played out by Praveen and gets past both the keeper as well as short third.
No matter how the runs come, especially the last part of the inning, you always sometimes feel unlucky as a bowler. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Karyappa making sure that he keeps the ball away from the batter.
Yeah, once again, flat round arm action, absolutely no flight. Veer Pratap looking for that big hoik down the wicket and then misses it completely. This is smart bowling from Karyappa, knowing what the tail end batter is likely to do. Plenty of laughs, plenty of jokes. Rahul Yadav, possibly also, there's a question about where he has exactly collected that, because remember, he cannot collect it in front of the stumps or in line with the stumps. Oh, that's tight, but that's okay. That looks okay, Rajat.
Yeah, that's okay, I think. I don't think there's going to be any mistake. Definitely AP Singh, who's the third umpire, he wants to have another look from another angle. But Rahul Yadav, collecting the ball behind the stump, so it's not going to be that difficult for the umpire to make decision and give him out.
And then when the bails are off, definitely Veer's back foot hasn't slid back in. Yeah, Veer Pratap will be deemed as out. So the 9th wicket falls. Veer Pratap goes without scoring.
Darling.
Samar Qadri in at number 11. Chance to bowl, the captain's out. Flat again. Lots of variety on offer from Cariappa.
Well, this is the speciality of this bowler, that he can turn the ball and making things difficult for the batter, especially when you're not sure where the ball will go. Asking for the LBW, but missing the opportunity of the run out at the same time when you're just looking at the face of the umpire, like whether he's going to give out or he's going to stay like that.
Plenty of theatrics from Srishant, where he must remember that the reviews have been exhausted. This anyway looked like it was probably just sliding down leg. Again, a key takeaway from Rahul Yadav's initial movement as well. But crucially now, Praveen back on strike. So a couple of lusty blows, who knows?
Well, that's one of the things what Praveen was looking for, to come back on strike somehow. Changing the field now. Keeping 3 fielders at the back. 4 as the reason, because short fine leg is also there. Trying to play a good hard shot. He will try to keep the strike, but just has to settle for a single only.
When he swung that bat, it looked like he was probably aiming for clearing long off, but not a good connection at all. And at that stage, it seemed if they had hurried through, maybe they could have hustled for the second, but he's not got the energy now. Oh, this has been played decently. At least it's brought Praveen back on strike. So 1 ball left, 149 for 9. Considering some of the issues, in fact 150 now. Considering some of the issues this innings has had, Rajat, this is a decent target. It's a fighting total already.
Well, that's for sure. If you are scoring around 150 and 60, it's going to be a good competitive total. But if you're going around 170, that's going to be a challenging for any team. Not that very sure. Losing the opportunity. After 20 overs, India captains were able to score 150. But especially though that this last over, only getting 3 runs from that.
Yeah, as always, great work from Cariappa. He has bowled out his 4 overs, picked up 2 wickets and given away just 13 runs. But this has been a good hand from Praveen Gupta. 27 from 19. And then, of course, that over from Amit Verma in particular, which made a massive difference. So they do finish at 150 for 9. An innings of several portions. It seemed at one stage like the India captains got off to a great start. They were going at almost 10 runs per over. Then things were pulled back by the spinners in particular. Then some runs scored by Sheldon Jackson. However, then the fight back came, especially through that Amit Verma over. And then a little bit of a blitz right at the end from Praveen. 27 from 19. Apart from that, other contributions from Taranga and Tomar.
Well, Sheldon Jackson, that's for sure, scoring 51 runs from those 31 deliveries. 23 from Taranga, 21 from Tomar, and Praveen Gupta coming and doing a little damage in the end, scoring 27 from 19 balls.
Yeah, they lost their first wicket for just 4, but then there was a 54-run stand between Taranga and Sheldon. Took its time, 54 from 43, but new pitch and new situations. Then Tomar and Sheldon also picking up 43 from 27. And then right towards the end, 22 from 13. Some impetus provided by Praveen and Imtiaz.
Karyappa, 4 overs, 13 runs, 2 wickets, and Amit Verma, 3 overs, 29 runs, but that 1 over where he got those 3 wickets. And Subodh, who got 2 wickets, all 4 overs of 29 were the highlight of this bowling department.
Right, let's head down to pitch side where Chaitanya has the innings top scorer with him.
So the first half century of the Kerasa LALC by Sheldon Jackson. Sheldon, pressure situation wherein Hashim Amla was dismissed. How crucial and important was that knock?
It was crucial, and the reason being is that the wicket is not so easy to bat on. You need to take a little more time usually that you take in T20s. The ball was not coming onto the bat so nicely that you could construct shots right from the go. So that's why it was a little crucial to take your time and to try to stitch a partnership.
And if you look at your shots, what is it that gives you more satisfaction? Is it connecting it through the covers against the fast bowlers, or are those big heaves over long on and mid wicket?
In this format, the big heaves.
Why is that so?
Because that's why you play this format for, right? And that's the way the game has evolved, and that's the way all these people sitting in the stands, that's why they come to the grounds to see that.
If you talk of your initial plan, you spoke of the wicket as well. 151, good enough for you to defend?
I still feel we are 15-20 runs short, but I feel on the other hand that we have experienced bowlers who can use this surface.
It was a splendid knock. Thank you so much, Sheldon.
Thank you very much.
So this is what Mumbai Spartans need: 151 from their 20 overs to register their first points of LLC Season 4. We'll come back with the chase in just a short while from now. Stay tuned.
And he's gone!
Brought up his half century.
3 wickets in the over. Welcome back to the K Raza Legends League match number 1 of the 4th edition of this tournament. The Mumbai Spartans versus the India Captains, live from the Indira Gandhi Stadium. Well, it was the Captains who won the toss and decided they would have a bat first. And from their 20 overs, managing to get to that 150 for 9. A lot of it thanks to the first half century of the K Raza Legends League, the 4th edition of it, from Sheldon Jackson. 51 from 31 for him, and then down the order as well, a quick fire 27 off 19 as well for Praveen. They really shared it around the bowlers. 8 bowlers used by the Mumbai Spartans. Verma picking up 3 wickets in an over. It was astonishing stuff. Really looked like it had changed the game. 2 for Subodh Bhatti, 2 for Karyappa as well, and then 1 apiece for Vishwa. So that target is 151 for the Mumbai Spartans to see who will take home bragging rights and the win in the very first game of the 4th edition of the K Raza Legends League. And the fans have already been treated to some really exciting cricket. 12 fours and 7 sixes in that first innings. Some of them absolute monsters as well. They've got the horns in, they're cheering loudly. Obviously, they're wearing shirts to celebrate the win for the men in the T20 World Cup just a couple of days ago. But cricket never sleeps in India, so it's time for the legends now. Those who won the T20 World Cup have etched themselves as legends. Well, these guys, they really are legends. So going through the last of the warm-ups, and that target is 151 from their 20 overs for the Mumbai Spartans, captained by Sreesanth. So looking to try and take early wickets will the India captains. The men in yellow, they're looking to chase 151 to get themselves the first win. Remember how the tournament works. Each of the 6 teams plays each other once throughout the league, and then the top 4 go into the knockout stages and the final on the 27th of March. So that's just a couple of weeks away. So plenty of time, plenty of cricket to be played before then. We're only on day 1. There is so much still to come. And it's just very exciting for all the fans to get to see the legends in action here. The 2 umpires heading back out to the middle again to oversee proceedings for the next 20 overs. Fielding team already out there in the middle going through the last of their warm-ups. And they're stretching. It has cooled down quite a lot since the sun went down out there, so it's a really nice ambient temperature for a little bit of cricket. And the 2 batters just getting ready out on the boundary edge to head out to the middle and join that fielding side. Not yet ready though. The 2 umpires, they're ready. They're already well on the way out to the middle. But the batters yet to stride on. Going through the last of the motions. Remember, 151 is the target after the captains put up 150 from their 20 overs. Hashim Amla, he was one of the big signings. He went cheaply, the first wicket to fall down today for the captains, but he will have an impact throughout the rest of the tournament, I'm sure. Not the kind of player you can keep quiet for a very long time. So the 2 batters just heading across that boundary rope to head out to the middle, chase down 151, that's the target. Asad and Chipley, the opening batters for the Mumbai Spartans, that target 151. The men in yellow striding out to the middle. Even got a matching grip for his bat there. So we have seen the pitch already keep pretty low, and the spinners really had an impact in that first innings. So you wonder how this team will be around. Saurabh Tiwari captaining this side. So 5 overs of pace early on in the power play from the Spartans before spin came into the attack, and then they shared it amongst 8 bowlers in total. So really shared the graft around. Now the graft comes down to what they can do with the bat in hand. So 151, that target. They said at the toss, both teams thought about 160, 170 might be about right. But 151. Well, before all of that happens, there's the signal from the umpire, the impact player. So out goes Upal Taranga. He gets to go and sit down. He won't have a say in any more of this game. He can go, put his feet up, and in comes Parvinder Awana, who's already got the ball in hand. So his night starts now. And you know what? One impact becomes two, an impact for each of the sides. So out goes Ishwar Chowdhury for the Spartans, and in comes Bharat Chipley, and again his night starts immediately. He heads out to the middle, ready to bat up. Right, so 151 the target. What do you make of that?
Yes, he's certainly 151 the target. But Bharat Chipley can be dangerous. If you look at his strike rate as of now, he's 117 in his T20 career. We've seen him playing a lot of corporate cricket across the country, and yeah, he can be dangerous. So is Asad Pathan with his T20 career strike rate of 148, 4 half centuries to his name. The first 6 overs, as always, are going to be extremely crucial. And to start the proceedings is the impact player, Parvinder Awana. Done that. The big stage, playing the franchise cricket. Big pressure moments, 77 wickets for him in his T20 career. It's time for the chase. 151 the target for the Spartans.
Yeah, it's about that economy rate, isn't it? 7.6, so pretty healthy for a T20 economy. And yes, wickets are exciting, but it's if you can keep batters quiet and force that pressure and then work in tandem with your bowler at the other end that perhaps can bring about the wickets. We saw that early on. Sreesanth's first over was quiet and then a wicket straight away in the second. So 151, that target. Tidy start. You can hear the real grunt, bit of effort in there.
Legends, retired players giving their best. The 2 fielders outside right now. There's a long on, there's a deep square. The right-hander Asad Pathan, an experienced captain in the form of Saurabh Tiwari. There's Sheldon Jackson as well. What a knock he played. Different conditions. He also mentioned that one of his favorite shots in this format was the big heave and not the beautifully timed drives, which we generally see in the first 6 overs.
Really tidy this start. Desperately to get down the other end and get off the mark.
I'm just having a quick word. Bharat Chipley is not someone who's going to sprint and take those singles. They do it nice and easy, place it outside the 30-yard circle, and that's when we might take the risk. But in the 30-yard circle, no, that's not happening. I'm not in for those cheeky singles.
First runs, and there's a misfield, and that's going to go for 4. I mean, you'll take them however they come, really, if you're the Spartans, but that should have been stopped. The bowler will be filthy.
Awana has a smile on his face. Samar Kadri, the fielder. Oh, better effort. Definitely required there. That should have been a dot ball. Maximum a single. In odd bounce, no, you can't complain there.
I think that's one of those things they tell you as a kid. The first thing they say, get down to the ball, and he just sort of watched it roll under his hands. There was absolutely nowhere near it in the end. If you got to, get down in a long barrier.
As we were mentioning, that Chipley is not someone who's going to take those quick singles. Maybe surprise the fielder, looking for that quick run. But Kadri helped the cause of the Spartans by that misfield. Off the mark, the Spartans.
Walks at this one and just pushed into that offside. It's good running. Quick cricket, putting the pressure on the fielders.
Now it's time for Bharat Chipley. The asking rate at 7.5. The first 6 overs extremely crucial. 2 fielders outside. Manan, Verma, Rahul, Kariappa, Shoaib, Mosif, Kolsawala. Batting lineup for Mumbai Spartans. What more tricks does Saurabh Tiwari have now to keep Bharat Chipley silent?
Yeah, finds a good length. Good response. What we didn't see too much of early on in their innings was going down the pitch to force that adjusting in the length. As we know, the wicket's keeping low. There is a little bit of turn out there, so when they decide to turn to their spinners, perhaps, could be the game changing, like it was in the first innings.
The dot ball to end the first over, 5 runs of it. Imtiaz. Well, the second one, Imtiaz Ahmed, 17 wickets in his T20 career at economy of 7.75. So both the opening bowlers, Ravinder Ravana and now Imtiaz Ahmed, economy at 7.5 on average. Stump to stump, that's how he starts.
It's not a long run up, is it? Just sort of ambles in and then finds that little bit of pace in the last few strides. But it was Sheldon Jackson who really helped catapult them to that 150 in the first innings. 51 from 31, and he came in when they lost a couple of wickets early on, and he was key in partnerships. 5 4s and 3 6s. Looked really comfortable. Not been long retired as well, so you would think he would like to come in and really have stamped his authority on the first game. It's exactly what he's done here, and now he gets to have the gloves as well, you know. Do a bit of this, do a bit of that, do a bit of everything.
The lone warrior, the India Capitals. Legend in the domestic format in the Ranji Trophy. The kind of runs that he's consistently scored. Technically perfect. That's something we saw in the power play as well.
It's so important that, isn't it? No matter what format of the game you're playing in, you know, whether you're playing Test match, you're playing 20, you're playing Legends League T20, as long as you've got that, no matter what kind of form you fall out of, if you have that technique and you can always fall back on your technique, you're always going to be able to dig yourself out of problems.
Oh, this time around, a little too tough for Sheldon to stop that. A few extras being gifted by Imtiaz. To the Spartans, they'll accept it. 3 wides.
Yeah, it's just trying to push it across. And even the likes of the young Sheldon Jackson can't get to that.
Jersey number 10 for Sheldon Jackson. Fighter he has been all throughout his career. And on day 1 of the K Rasa LLC Season 4 at the Indira Gandhi International Stadium, Haldwani in Uttarakhand. First few days of the K Rasa LLC. And the legends are here. Case S. Srisan, they bowled the first over. It's perfect with his execution. A couple of wides here and there, but that's fine. Here we just 4 runs. A little disappointing for the crowd that he didn't come again to bowl. He's always been the entertainer.
He's always an entertainer, isn't he? We even had him at the toss, and all you got to do is give him one question, just wind him up and let him go. I was like, I could just sit down, take my microphone away. Nah, he's a great person to have as part of a tournament like this. And as he said at the toss, it's, you know, it's entertainment as much as it's competition. Yes, he will want to be a competitor in this, but legends for a reason. Very little footwork from Assad.
It's a boundary so far in the first over. And they're a little silent right now, but they know exciting times are up ahead, and when they know, more so when they're on the big screen.
That's one of my favourite dance moves.
Checking it, a single to end the second over. The Spartans at 12 for no loss.
Two overs gone, 12 for none. So just starting to get into their business, the opening partnership of Assad and Chipley. Chipley coming in as impact player and immediately thrown into the mix up the top. He's 1 from 5, so yet to really get going. Assad run a ball 7. But they'll be happy enough with this as a start, going at 6 and over. That required rate around 7.7, but well in touch and still very early on in the innings. So Anna is straight away going to bowl a second inside the power play with those fielding restrictions. Oh, cross-batted whack, and there's a misfield as well from Hashim Amla coming in from long on.
Yeah, the senior member of the team. No odd bounce there, but yes, in the end, good comeback by him. Get away the boundary. The only 4 scored so far by the Spartans, thanks to a misfield in the 30-yard circle. No errors there by Hashim Amla. And have a good day with the bat in hand. Dismissed the second over. Experience will definitely be useful.
Yeah, it's one of those dismissals he won't want to watch back on the highlights, really. It was there to be hit, and it was just a soft dismissal for someone of such class, and scored so many runs throughout his career. And a really big signing. We heard him talking before the game as well. A really exciting prospect to add to the K-Rasa Legends League. But there's plenty of matches to play, so if you miss out in match 1, you can always go again in your second game.
A lot of chances. You know the quality that he has. Hashim Amla, he'll make a comeback for sure, and that's something that all of us want to see. Classical knock from Hashim Amla in this quick format. In the meanwhile, looking to clear the infield, but Chipley does what he does the best. Over extra 6 runs.
That has been absolutely dispatched by the impact player. The kid beyond the boundary couldn't quite get himself there, but just so nicely gives himself room. The full follow through, almost like a golf swing in the end. And the noise it made off the bat as well. It had 6 written all over it from the minute it hit that bit of willow.
Clean strike by Bharat Chipley. Now, what is Parvinder Avana doing? What is the classical fast bowler comeback?
Follows him again this time and just clips it into the leg side. But that's smart cricket if you're a batter. Give it a maximum and followed up with a single.
130 runs required now from 104. We'll have a look at that again. Wow. Timing. If he anticipated where the length of that delivery is going to be. Over extra. Ball boy's there, doing his best. Very tough with the ball travelling at that pace. Perfect connection by Bharat Chipley.
And just easily through for the single. So good response now from Awana after being dispatched for 6, but turned into an expensive over already, 10 coming from it. And that run rate already up ahead of the required one now, going at 7.76.
The Indira Gandhi International Stadium, Haldwani in Uttarakhand, venue for the first few days of K. Rasa Legends League Cricket Season 4. Flicked! Wow! Bharat Chipley, the use of his wrists gets another maximum to end the third over. 28 for no loss.
This is how the K. Rasa Legends League 4.0 works. So 6 teams participating in the tournament. Each of them play each other once in that league stage, and then the top 4 qualify for the playoffs. The final to be played on the 27th of March. So plenty of cricket to come across the next few weeks in the K. Rasa Legends League. And if it's cricket like this, you will not want to switch it off. Just so nonchalant, watches it soar beyond the boundary for the second maximum of the over. So 3 gone, Spartans flying 28 for none.
Saurabh Theory also knows nothing can be done about that one. Needs to break this opening stand. Asad Pathan, run a ball 9, Bharat Chipley 15 of 9. Is just dealing in those big ones. Veer Pratap Singh, 19 wickets at an economy of 8.5 for Mr. VP Singh.
Yeah, tidy start that. A good fuller length and just targeting at the toes of Asad, who just wants that bit of room to free his arms. This was smart cricket because he followed him and he didn't really have much room. Just the nonchalant flick, using the pace all the way.
The asking rate now down at 7.3. Currently scoring at 8.8. Oh, yes or no in the end. Oh, there's a chance. There's a chance that goes begging. Oh, he just had to find the wicket keeper. A wicket was being gifted.
He'd completely given up as well. They sort of met in the middle, had a bit of a discussion. It was like, oh, I should probably go back now, but I'm going to be out. And in the end, the throw from Joshi just completely missed. There was yes, no, maybe, I don't know, oh no, repeat the question, oh, sorry, I've forgotten the answer, I've given up. And I didn't miss by much in the end, but he survives.
That was fun. We'll have a look at that one again. This time around, no miscommunication, just a simple yes, and they complete the run.
I don't know why it's so funny, miscommunication, but it was a nonchalant shot in the first place. He set off, he was 3/4 down the pitch, Chipley, before he decides to send Asad back, and then he's wafting his arms and his bat at him, saying, I don't know why you're running. It's like, well, actually, you're on your way down the track already. Could very easily have been the first wicket down, but as it stands, halfway through this 4th over, 29 without loss, the Spartans. Again, the flick finds a space, couple of bounces, 4 more to Chipley.
Knew exactly where the fielder was. He had to play it fine, and that's exactly what he's done. He has the power, and this time around, a nice, stylish flick shot result in another boundary. His teammates are enjoying that. They had a strike rate of 192 sixers, 1-4 for him. And he's not stopping the big swing. Over long gone. That's massive. 6 runs.
That is absolutely enormous. Makes it look so easy. And Pratap can only watch it soar into the crowd. They are being given quite a show here by Chipley, coming in as impact player. Just look at this. swings through it nicely, gets the elevation and really gets the distance. That's gone 10 rows back, just walks at it, full balance, doesn't even think about running. A dot to end the over, 4 gone, 39 for none.
A comparison after 4 overs. The India captains were 35 for 1. The Mumbai Spartans are 39 for no loss. The difference of 4 runs, but the difference of a wicket as well. And also knowing what the target is. So 96 balls, 112 runs more needed. 4 overs, 39 runs. The question that you had asked is, will we see a spinner in the power play? And there we go. Praveen comes in.
I love it when I ask for something and it just gets given to me, so I'm very happy. Praveen Gupta looking to try and change the game here. And left arm round the wicket. Trying to slow things down.
2 fielders on the leg side. The tossed up delivery on the back foot. Did it deserve respect? It received in the end from Asad Pathan. Where's he going now? Again tossed up, this time around much better.
There's much defence in there. Get your whites on. I wonder how many shirts of those names exist. Oh, there's miscommunication again. This time, not even in the shot. Hands wafting at each other. It was your fault, it was my fault, but whoever's fault it is, you're going to have to go.
It looked like that was the only way the Spartans are going to lose a wicket. Bharat Chipley was brilliant. Asad Pathan was kind of stuck in this over. They did straight to the fielder. This angle is perfect. Straight to the fielder. Ball watching Bharat Chipley, and there was a call. Asad Pathan just left. No errors this time by the fielder, who also happens to be the captain. Asad Pathan run out, scoring 10. Spartans are 39 for 1.
The party has well and truly started. It might not yet be the weekend, but Wednesday night here is the place to be. The fans absolutely loving seeing the legends in action. The first wicket to go down, Asad, run out by Tiwari. He's gone for 10, bring Shoaib Khan out to the middle. 433 runs across his 31 innings, and this is what brought him. I mean, they tried to run each other out just a couple of overs ago. This time he's 3/4 of the way down the track, not in shot. Sheldon Jackson makes no mistake behind the stumps. I mean, at this point, could have probably run it in from the field and still run him out. Didn't even need the throw. Not a happy captain there. Srisanth, what are you doing? Such a nice opening partnership, and then to just throw away your wicket like that. But Aaron Shipley is still out there in the middle. He's 25 from 12 and seeing it like a beach ball.
Things have changed with the spinner coming in. That's the impact of a spinner in the power play. Here we go, some more attack now on the new batter Shoaib with the slip coming in. And the tossed up deliveries. He gets off the mark, safely gets a run.
It's just something about a slip in T20 cricket. You love to see it.
Sheldon Jackson also realizing the nature of the pitch. He's been there for a long time. Just having a quick chat with Saurabh Tiwari. We might need the slip for Shoaib, definitely not for Bharat Chipley. We'll need some more on the boundary line if that's allowed.
I think you need more beyond the boundary line, actually. I wouldn't be taking my eyes off the field if I was sat in the crowd, just in case.
Oh, there was no long on. But Chipley may be realizing, okay, this over, I'll just hold on. Just gets a run.
Well, it's smart cricket that as well, isn't it? And it's a sign of someone who knows they're in form. You can afford to just take a few slower overs, perhaps a few slower deliveries, and just see out the spin from this end and then go again. Really well bowled. So 2 runs and a wicket coming from the over. 5 gone, Spartans 41 for 1.
That's the story so far. Captains batting first, 150 for 9. Top scorer Sheldon Jackson, 51 of 31. Verma picking up 3 wickets. All of those wickets came in that single over than the first over that he bowled. And while chasing after 5 overs, they are 41 for 1 are the Mumbai Spartans. The last over of the power play coming up. 90 balls, 110 runs to win. The spinner coming in to bowl the 5th over. Immediately creating the impact. Not picking up a wicket, but with some pressure, getting a wicket in the form of a run out of Asad Pathan. Shoaib Khan comes in, and all eyes on Bharat Chipley. It's going to be Imtiaz will come into bowl again. He'll replace Veer Pratap Singh. The last over of the power play. Where's Bharat Chipley going? Short ball, cramped for room. But what a knock it has been so far from Bharat Chipley. We know that this is something that he can consistently do. And he said, okay, I'm not feeling, I'll come in as the impact player. I'll come in and I'll do this. Just 1 boundary, and that was the one. And the rest were clean strikes. 3 sixes. Not a single one of them was a miss hit. It was perfect connections. Yorker, good ball. For further discussions, we have Rajat Bhatia in the com box. Rajat, what a start this has been, majorly so by Bharat Chipley.
A very controlled start. I think Chipley knows what he's doing, especially when you are in the power play and end of power play, 4 balls remaining. 15 balls, 26. And you expect Chipley to be there after the power play also.
Looking to make the most of the last over of the field restrictions, and that's exactly what he's done. Maybe for the first time today that he's not had the perfect connection, but good enough to end in a 4.
Well, that was a short ball. Chipley knows like he's going to create a room, making sure that the ball should land after the 30-yard circle. Once you cross the 30-yard circle, the ball really flies towards the boundary.
Goes for it again, just the self-confidence. He knows if it's in that area, no fielders outside there, back-to-back boundaries.
Saurabh Tiwari standing at mid-off, can only watch the ball going over him. Again, same kind of bowling, same impact what Chipley able to give. Imtiaz just losing that direction after the first over, just giving 6 runs. He's getting expensive in the second over. 8 runs so far coming in the 4 deliveries. Still 2 balls to go. What Chipley going to do? Whether he's going to continue this attack or he's going to just take a single and rotate the strike.
Currently striking at 200. 3 4s, 3 6s, 17 balls, 34. There's a change in the field now. As you mentioned, Rajat, there was Saurabh was at mid-off. He's going back now. The long on coming in. What are you expecting from Imtiaz now?
Well, change of pace. Well, sometimes you don't have those kind of deliveries, and especially when a batsman hitting you shots, you have no idea what to do next. Tiwari He's looking tense. Still one more ball to go. 50 runs up for Spartans. Only one wicket fell down. I think they look really comfortable right now.
That's the kind of start that they must have hoped for while chasing 151. 50 runs in the power play. And 50 it'll be to end the power play. Spartans are 50 for 1. They are having a good time, and that's exactly what we want. The K. Rasa Legends League Cricket Season 4. And there we go. The comparison, Rajat, 6 overs. Mumbai Spartans 50 for 1. India captains also were 50 for 1.
Well, for them, that was Jackson. For them, it's Shipley. I think you need contribution from the other side also. Shoaib joining Shipley after the falling of the first wicket of Asad. It was run out by Tiwari. Praveen bowled a really good over. The last over, what you could see the turn. The ball is keeping low, making sure that he pitches the ball in the line of the stumps.
Making Bharat Shipley think now with the field spread. 4 fielders outside the 30. There we go. 3 fielders on the leg side as expected. Swing of Bharat Shipley. He goes inside out. He hasn't connected. The field line long off will be difficult. And there we go. Always was going to be tough. Gaurav Tomar, the fielder. A chance created.
Well, that was the opportunity. Gaurav Tomar trying his best. Lot of time actually after hitting the shot. Shipley knew that he made a mistake. But there was an opportunity for the team. Shipley, who was looking dangerous, I think he had enough time to come under the ball, but since you are not playing that cricket very regularly and being a legend, sometimes you don't expect these things to happen for you, especially when you are not in the regular touch.
Absolutely there, Rajat. Always can be difficult under the floodlights, and more so if you're not regular in taking those catches in those fielding drills. Just a couple of days of practice is not going to help you there. Speaking of Praveen, the brilliant spell it has been so far. The other medium pacers are going for runs, but he's spot on.
Toma must be disappointed. The ball really went high. It looked like as if there was enough time where you could get under the ball. But you can see the turn. If you're bowling slow, keeping the ball away from the batter, it gets difficult. After 7 overs, 56 for 1.
That's the story so far. Captains 150 for 9. Mumbai Spartans after 7 overs are 56 for 1. 78 balls and 95 runs to win. First game of the K. Rasa Legends League Cricket Season 4. Change in the bowling attack now. It's going to be Asela Gunaratne. T20 career, 62 wickets, an economy of 7.3. It's going to be interesting to see what Shoaib is doing. No surprises what Bharat Shipley is going to do. at this stage. Look at the Capitals. Yeah, not a lot of difference there. They were 55 for 1. Spartans are 56 for 1. There's a difference of that 1 run. Oh, interesting. But good start for the spinner there. Spot on.
Well, that's very important, how consistently you can ball on those areas. First ball, bowling a leg spin, making sure that the ball should pitch in the line of the stumps, making things difficult for a batter, especially if you are new to the crease. And that's what Shoaib is trying to do. He's taking his time. But how long he's going to take to get settled, that's very important.
There we go! Gets the wicket. Front foot or back foot, he was just stuck nowhere. Gunaratne strikes.
Gunaratne getting the first wicket for himself and the second wicket for Spartans. Keeping the ball low, drifting it in. And the ball took little time after pitching. Made things difficult for Shoaib. He took 7 balls to score 3 runs. Spartans 56 for 2.
In perfect conditions for the spinners today. Gunaratne, so was for the new batter. Created some havoc with the ball in hand, Amit Verma. Look at his batting stats, 747 runs in his T20 career, strike rate of 115, which might work today because he has Bharat Chipley at the other end, but he's come in because of this wicket.
I think because of the drift, Shoaib found it difficult to keep the ball on the ground. And we know that the ball is coming a little slow after pitching. Gunaratne, because of the experience in his kitty, he could deliver it when it matters most.
Yeah, they have realized, Capitals, this is the time to strike deeper now. With a slip coming in, with the left-hander. And the off-spinner. Yeah, so Gunaratne showing off his skills here.
That's the speciality of T20 cricket. If you are a bowler but you have different kind of variations, you can always confuse the batsman. You can give confidence to your own captain that you can always give your best shot when the pressure is on. Chipley, he's the only guy who is looking solid right now.
This is going to be interesting. Will Bharat Chipley respect Gunaratne? There are 3 fielders protecting the leg side boundary. Are they going to be tossed up deliveries for Bharat Chipley? If it's in his arc, he's not going to stop himself. Oh, has he decided? A little more turn on that one. And thus turned down. Saurabh Tiwari, is he taking the chance? Because the batter under the spotlight is Bharat Chipley. But Sheldon Jackson knows. Maybe he's had a word with Saurabh Tiwari, saying that it might have turned more, but no. That's fair call. He's taken the chance because it's Bharat Chipley.
Well, they have reviews. I don't think they're going to keep it. Definitely they had reviews are there to use it. And I think because the ball just pitched in the line of the stumps, looked like, according to the keeper and according to the bowler, that it was hitting the stumps. But according to the umpire, it was missing the stumps. Srishant, he's looking tense. I think he's more tense because his batting is going to come.
The involvement of Srishant, and also, as I was just mentioning, maybe he'll have to come and bat. And that's stressing him out. So with the no ball, okay, that's fine there. We'll move on to some exciting frames now. There we go. On-field decision is not out. Pitching and then impact. Turn there. Rajat, your call?
I think because of the turn, you can easily make out that it's going to be missing the off stump. Good call by the umpire, especially when you have to just see it once and make a decision.
Yeah, they'll follow the protocol. Nick Sense first. Nick Sense has not sensed anything, so no worries there. We'll move on to ball tracking. Sheldon Jackson is also moving out there. He knew where the ball's turning. Are they losing their first review? Capitals, that is. They took a chance. Captains, pardon me. The India captains taking on the Mumbai Spartans. Gunaratne has picked up a wicket. Second ball that is bowled of Shoaib. Yeah, ball tracking now. Nick Sense says there's no nick. Original decision is not out. Pitching is fine. Impact is outside off. That means it's safe. But a Chipley will be there and a review will be lost by the captains.
Overall, very good bowling by Gunaratne. Srishant, he's very serious, very committed. He wants 100% from his teammates and even from the umpires.
Down the leg side. Has it missed everyone, or is it off the pad, or it's a wide? So there'll be extras there by Gunaratne. Rare error in his line.
See, after 5 years, I'm wearing gloves.
Umpire K. Srinivasan giving a very good decision, keeping his eyes open. Sometimes umpires, they do find it difficult to make out whether it hit the pad or straight away it had gone for a bye. You cannot confuse this umpire. He's a very experienced umpire from Tamil Nadu. And all of a sudden you could see Gunaratne losing his line and length, especially the line.
Sheldon tried his best to deceive the umpire. Failed eventually. Interesting over. 4 runs and a wicket. After 8, the Spartans are 60 for 2. Yeah, we'll have a look at those worms. Not a lot to differ between these two teams. Captains were 58 for 2. The Spartans are 60 for 2. But they are having a good time. Yes, there we go. In Haldwani in Uttarakhand. The first day of the 4th season of the K. Raza Legends League cricket. First few days we are in Haldwani. Bowling change. Gaurav Tomar comes in. 6.7 is economy in his T20 career. He'll be thinking of Bharat Chipley and the chance that was created. He was the fielder, couldn't hold on. Can he compensate by taking a wicket? Good start though.
Chipley, he's looking solid. He's looking really in good touch. Even though time to time he's getting beaten, even the chances what he gave actually were not picked by the other team. But still, he's the only guy who can take things out for Spartans.
Goes for the big one. Connects well. Maximum.
Well, that's a powerful stroke. What you were expecting from Chipley. And that's what he was waiting for, that it should come right under his arc. Once you ball like these deliveries, he's not going to leave you. 27 balls, 45, close to 50. Another good stroke, another beautiful timing. Rotating the strike, making sure that from the other end, what Amit Verma is going to do.
4 fours, 4 sixes is the story so far for the Mumbai Spartans. It's been a similar story in the first and the second inning. That's the spinners who've come in, created an impact, and it's been the story of a single batter. As Rajat mentioned in the first inning, it was Sheldon Jackson, and now it's been all about Bharat Chipley. He needs some company at the other end.
Well, that's for sure. It's not going to be easy for Spartans because the way you get to see the turn, and not every ball is turning. Some balls are turning and some balls are just keeping low and skidding to the bat. After 9 overs, 68 for 2.
66 balls, 83 runs required for the Spartans. And it's time for the strategic timeout. That's the story of the first match of the Legends League cricket season 4. The captains won the toss to send to bat first, 150 for 9. Sheldon Jackson, the top scorer, 51 of 31. Verma was impactful, 3 for 29. And while chasing, after 9, 68 for 2. At the Mumbai Spartans, we are at the Indira Gandhi International Stadium in Haldwani, and they are having a good time. And that's exactly what we want, Rajat.
Well, yes, if you want to have a good time, you can come here and watch this game. Watching a game can always give you a stress buster, and that's what it requires on a daily routine. What a stadium it is. Beautiful ground, especially close to the mountains. You can always have your memories refreshed once you come here and watch these games.
A beautiful location. That's the equation. 66 balls, 83 runs to win. Required from the rate of 7.55. for the Mumbai Spartans against the India captains. But more than the Mumbai Spartans, it's been the story of Bharat Chipley. He's been the lone warrior, 46 of 28. Saurabh Tiwari and team management, the think tank, somewhere will just have to think, all right, what we need is one wicket, one good ball to send back Bharat Chipley. But it's Bharat Chipley. In the first inning, it was a story of Amit Verma's bowling.
Amit Verma in just one over, getting Jackson out, making sure that other batters also couldn't get an opportunity to settle down. In that one over, he got 3 wickets, making things difficult for your opponents.
Gunaratne tossed up on the back foot. Bharat Chipley just opens the face of the bat. He'll get a run. He moves on to 47 with the equation of 64 balls, 81 runs to win.
Well, it's not going to be easy for the Spartans. As we can see, the ball is turning. They have Praveen, Tomar. How are you going to rotate strike? That is very important. If you're going to play dot balls, the required run rate is going to go up. With this kind of run rate, you can always think about just waiting for those 7-8 overs and then waiting for the medium pacers, Avana Imtiaz and Veer Pratap, when they come in and you can take a chance.
Oh, he goes. Tossed up delivery. Hashim Amla under it. And oh, what a catch. The senior pro, the legend in action. Hashim Amla. He's taken the catch and perhaps the match as well for the captains.
Well, Hashim Amla not able to get runs today, but making sure that he can contribute with the fielding. What an effort. Till the end, keeping an eye on the ball. And when you are close to the boundary, it's not that easy to have control.
As you were mentioning, maybe Bharat Chipley should have just stopped himself and maybe later target the medium pacers. Tossed up delivery. He could not stop himself and perfect field placement. Hashim Amla at long off. What a catch. We'll keep on having a look at that all throughout the league. What a knock. Bharat Chipley dismissed for 47. Spartans now are 71 for 3.
आगे आजा सौरभ आगे आजा
71 for 3. It had to be an extraordinary attempt to send back Bharat Chipley. The perfect combination partnership of Gunaratne and Hashim Amla. Tossed up delivery. Gutsy bowling by the leg spinner. Oh, what a start this has been by the new batter. First ball flicked off his legs. 4 runs to get off the mark.
Very good connection, and that is because he played with the kind of intention that he has to make sure that the ball should go in the gap. Mosif Khan keeping things under control, getting boundary on the first ball. Good fielding. You want a kind of comeback, you want that kind of atmosphere, especially when you're fielding. After 10 overs, 75 for 3. 60 balls, 76 required for Spartans. Chipley, who got out in the last over, bowled by Gururatne, caught by Amla. What a catch that was. Saurabh Tiwari making sure that he uses his spinners, especially against the left-hander. Tomar bowling his second over. The first over, he gave 8 runs, but he looked very impressive. Very good fielding by Imtiaz, making sure that the ball stays in the 30-yard, not giving any kind of opportunity for the batsman. See, that kind of effort is required. Good bowling by Tomar. And that's what the keeper is saying, that don't allow him to get single. And that's how Chipley got out. Amla keeping things under control, even though it looked like a two-hand catch, but the way he took the catch, to the last moment, Chipley thought that Amla dropped it, but Amla was very confident. He kept his eye on the ball.
Yeah, the last thing they need now as well is another run out. We saw that run out, the first wicket to fall today. They've been trying to run themselves out until that point. And he does really well also to keep inside the boundary rope with Hashim Amla. That's good running.
Well, they know that Tiwari is one of the fielders where they can always think about taking the single. And that's what the opener, Asad, made a mistake. Mosif Khan getting boundary on the first ball. And the way he's using his footwork, he's looking good. Sweeping the ball, making sure that he should stay with a positive intent.
Yeah, well, they've got to try and just keep up with this run rate at the moment. It's in touching distance for now, 7.29, required 7.85, so fine at this point in the innings. You don't want to let it start pushing up. Just getting down for the sweep, just straying down that leg side for a moment. It was a muted appeal, but only really the bowler interested. Again, can't time it. So just the 4 runs coming from the over, 11 gone, 79 for 3. Very little to separate the two teams at the 11 over mark. Spartans 79 for 3, the captains were 72 for 3, and they made their way to 150 for 9 in the end. Sheldon Jackson scoring the first half century of the K Rasa Legends League this year. So Gunaratne is going to bowl his third. Already picked up 2 wickets so far, including the big one of Chipley. And just follows Mousif down that leg side.
Well, I think if Gururatne is experienced enough, he's going to read the batter, especially Mosif, who's trying to play every ball a sweep. So he's going to keep the ball little outside off stump, making things more difficult for a batter, trying to see if he can play any shot towards the offside.
Okay, rotates through the hips, and again there is protection out at deep square, so it should just be a single. So the 3 wickets fall so far, 2 of them for Gunaratne, 2 for 12 of the 3 that have already gone down. And that was a really good grab by Amla to get rid of Chipley. It was going to take something special to get rid of him. He looked really good today for his 47 from 30.
Catch it!
Cries of catch it. It's going to land safe. Amla's out on the rope. Long on.
Let it come.
Well, I think if you are an experienced bowler like Gururatne, you know that if you have to keep the ball little away for from that arc what a batter is looking for. Saurav Tiwari, he looks to be busy as a captain. That's better line for Mosif. If you want to save runs, you have to just give him this opportunity so that he can score towards offside, because every ball he's trying to hit towards the leg.
Really well bowled. He sort of rushes batters, doesn't he, Gunaratne? He's much quicker through the air than you expect, and he's back to his mark quickly as well.
The best part is his trajectory seems to be a little low, but at the same time he's trying to drift the ball in, which is actually making things difficult for the batter. Every over he's getting the wicket and making things more difficult for the Spartans.
Yeah, another big one. Another one for Gunaratne. He picks up his third. Mousif looks to hoik him into the leg side. Just look at that. Just keeps very, very low. We talked about this pitch keeping low, and that bit of spin, there it is. Look what I did. And it sends him on his way. Picks up his third. So now 81 for 4. Mousif Khan goes for 6. 81 for 4. Overs gone, 4 now down for the Spartans. Not too much still to separate, but the extra wicket now. The captains at this point were 86 for 3, Spartans 81 for 4. And a man who's already had a good day with the ball in hand, Manan Sharma, comes out to the middle with a job to do with the bat now, the left-hander. 13 innings, 131 runs and a best of 20. So he wouldn't necessarily say that he was the man you would turn to in a crisis with the bat, especially with bowling like this.
Well, 2 previous balls were outside off stump and then 1 ball into the stump. Mosif is trying his best to score every single ball towards leg side. So the moment he saw this ball coming to in the stumps, he made a mistake, especially with the bounce keeping low. It's not that easy to score runs.
Real bit of flight there from Tomar to start the over. Inside edge from Burma.
Well, I think Tomar is going to be more difficult for the batters, because as an off spinner, the ball is turning, and especially 2 left-handers at the crease. It gives Tomar another opportunity that he keeps the pressure on.
Again, just not timing it. That extra bit of flight in the last second dip right at the toes. Welcoming Manan to the middle. Yep, you might want to put that one back on.
Sheldon giving few tips to Tomar, telling him what he has to do. Especially Jackson, as a wicket keeper, he knows what you can do against Manan. They've played cricket together. See, that's what it happens. When you know what a person can do and you go and give those tips, those advices to your own bowler, it really helps.
Yeah, in all sorts of trouble now, the Spartans. Again, keeping low, just finds that off stump. And Manan looking to push it through the offside. He has to go without scoring. So Spartans now find themselves 82 for 5 in all sorts of strife. And the fans are really enjoying seeing some incredible bowling here. Again, spin coming to the party, taking wickets, slowing things down. Manan Sharma, he goes without scoring. The Spartans 82 for 5. Again, a little bit of strife here now, the Spartans. That run rate just over 6.5, and they need 9.2 and over, but they've also got 5 wickets down. So they'll be feeling pretty confident now for their opposition. This was the last one to go down. Again, spin coming to the party, taking yet more wickets. Manan Sharma couldn't get himself off the mark. Sheldon Jackson, he was already great with the bat today. Celebrating from behind the stumps. Tomar with his first wicket of the day.
Well, Spartans finding it difficult now. 5 wickets have fallen. Required run rate are gone. More than 9. I'm sure both the batters are feeling the pressure, especially the batters who are about to come. Bhati, Srishant. You have to just keep things going. Especially you have to rotate the strike and making sure that you are not left far behind.
Yeah, I think also we have to consider that it's tournament play, so quite often teams, you almost think they forget to think about things like net run rate until deeper into the tournament. But early on, you've got to think about it from game one. So yes, it might be a struggle now, but there are only 5 wickets down. You want to be able to see through the 20 overs. If you look like you're not going to get there, still get through those overs, get as close as you possibly can, because that can come into impact later on down the tournament. Gives himself room, goes inside out. That's a beautiful looking stroke. And it's on the full into the boundary cushions, umpire signalling 6. 13 gone, 89 for 5. Those wiggly worms have crisscrossed at times throughout the innings, but now just falling behind the Spartans, needing 62 or 42 now, and they're 5 wickets down. Verma, he's the set batter, he's 14 from 13, and Rahul at the other end has faced just the 2 deliveries for his 1 so far, and they need almost 9 and over, and it's going to prove very difficult against this man with ball in hand, Gunaratne, but they'll take streaky 4 more to the total.
Last ball 6 and first ball 4. 10 runs coming from 2 deliveries. Rahul Yadav using the pace of Gururatne, especially that drift. Sometime it goes towards the leg side and batter takes advantage.
Again, that extra bit of flight right on the toes of Rahul. It can only push it away for a single. Yeah, 6 off the end of the over, full into the cushions. Does really well. Inside out, frees up his arms, gives himself that bit of room and just watches it soar into the boundary rope.
Saurav Tiwari, he has to be very sure, especially in relation to Amit Verma, because the way he had done damage with the ball, you don't want him to create that kind of damage with the bat. Well, this is a better line and length, keeping things away from the batter with this little flat trajectory. Gunaratne, he's bowling his last over. So far he had taken 3 wickets. Can he get 1 more out of these last 3 deliveries?
Well, we saw an over early on today that went 3 wickets in 1 over. Well, that's probably not going to do it for you. You might want to keep it in your hand. It's very tidy though. Very tidy.
These dot balls going to create a lot of pressure for Spartans. They know that they need a partnership. They need someone who can take the responsibility. And yes, another wicket falling. Rahul Yadav turning his bat at the last moment, giving the outer edge where the ball just popped up in the air, and Gunaratne making sure taking the catch and getting his 4th wicket.
Well, we wondered whether he can pick up another one in this over, and this is an excellent bit of work off his own bowling. It seemed to hang in the air, gets both hands to it, and even as he hits the floor, it doesn't bobble out. Something about fielding off your own bowling as well, isn't there? You just get that little extra bit of spice. But 6 now down for the Spartans. Yadav goes for 6, 95 for 6. So Gunaratne has one more ball of his spell. He's got 4 for 19. And Joy Kishan Kolsawala comes out to the middle. A best of 7 in his one innings. So maybe not necessarily the man for a crisis with the bat. And this is what brought him to the middle. Excellent bit of work off his own bowling. Gunaratne is having quite a day with the ball in hand and wants it back in his hand, so takes the catch as well. 4 for 19. One more to come from him tonight. Well bowled, so it'll be a single off the final ball of the over. 14 gone, 96 for 6. Well, it's tricky reading that for Spartans fan. Chipley 47 from 30 again. It was Gunaratne to pick him up and send him on his way. Verma now trying to put up some resistance out in the middle, 15 from 14. But it's proving an uphill battle now for the Spartans. Gunaratne, he finishes his 4 overs, 4 for 20. And what an impact he has had on this game. Continuing with spin, so Tomar to start his final over.
Well, Tomar will try his best to keep Kolsawala on strike. He's a new batter. You need to ball more deliveries to him. But he's getting off strike now. But both left-handers on the strike gives an opportunity to Tomar that he can go for another wicket.
Pulling out the reverse sweep. So 54 now needed from 34. Burma, he's going to have to be key here. Yeah, it should just be a single. Gunaratne, I mean, he's been sensational today, hasn't he? 4 wickets for him.
Bowled really well, especially the trajectory and the drift, what he gets in his bowling. What a catch that was. And then the last wicket of Rahul Yadav, especially confusing the batter that he's going to bowl towards his pad, but the ball turning at the last moment.
Again, just be a single, 65 yards all around these boundaries. So really have to push to come back for those second. 99 for 6, that target 151. Dead at the toss, they thought sort of 160, 170 would be about par. But as the way things are going at the moment, 150 looks plenty.
100 comes up for Spartans. Another 51 runs required out of 31 balls. I think it's very important for Tomar to ball little slow, go for the turn rather than bowling quick. The more you bowl quick, the ball comes to the bat really easy. The last ball of this over getting a single. Well, that's after 15 overs is 101 for 6.
Fifteen overs gone, Spartans 101 for 6. That required rate now up at 100. They need 50 more runs off the final 5 overs, and there's a mother's meeting between plenty of that captain's side. 50 runs off 30, but already 6 wickets down, and batters left in the hutch that you wouldn't necessarily turn to for their batting prowess. They've shared it around a little bit, but not quite like the 8 bowlers we saw used in the first innings, I should say. But Gunaratne, he has been pick of the bowlers, 4 for 20. And Tomar, the only other one to pick up a wicket with the ball in hand, 1 for 23. And then we also had the run out early on as well. So 50 from 30. And Verma, if you're a Spartans fan, you don't want to see it, is actually standing at the non-striker's end for now. So need to get him back on strike if they're to hope to get anywhere near this target. The full toss, again not given the treatment. They're going to run that first one hard and coming back for a second.
Is Pavinder Avana there, just spotting it a little late. Looking for the outside off Yorker, getting the first run, sprinting, and thus making the second one nice and easy for Kolsawala, who's as of now happy in keeping strike. 29 balls, 48 runs to win. Avana also has those 2 crucial overs to be bowled.
Bit of a false start there, sets off and goes back. Well, of course, Awala, his highest score so far is 7, so he's getting close. Just the one more to the total, so Verma back on strike now. They need to find the boundary. It's been 13 balls since they last found a boundary. The last 30 balls, 27 for 3, and that 151 still looks a long way off now. That required rate up over 10s, and only 4 wickets in hand.
That one over, or the second one. When is it coming? That's the field. 2 fielders on the offside, 3 on the leg.
Quick reactions in his follow through from Imtiaz, and he stopped what looked like it could easily have been a boundary. He hurt his hand there. Let's come back with some spice on it.
A chance on the offer. We'll have a look at that again. There we go, just not hitting the perfect meat of the bat, and then, oh, just not able to get those hands in place. What looked like an injury, it looks like he's fine. Imtiaz, 2.5 overs that he's bowled. He'll have to bowl one more important over. It's Kolsawala now taking strike.
Advances down the pitch. Saw him coming early though, Imtiaz. Adjusts his length nicely. Again, just a single. He might be disappointed with this one because he got himself upright again in his follow through. He wasn't falling over and he actually got 2 hands to it. I think it was just a little too fast in the end. Surprised him somewhat.
Missed chance for sure. He'll be unhappy with that. The chance created, that too at this stage, you have to convert those. See what a brilliant catch Hashim Amla took in the field to dismiss Bharat Chipley.
This time goes aerial, hasn't got a hold of it. Fielder sets himself, juggles it and takes the catch. And Imtiaz has his first wicket of the day. 7 down now for the Spartans in all sorts of trouble.
Aniruddha Joshi was responsible for his field in the first over, but there he compensates. In the hitting zone, he's fielding once, and then on the second attempt, he's held on to it. Imtiaz gets the big one. Amit Verma dismissed, scored 18 of 18, 106 for 7. Imtiaz picks up a wicket. 25 balls and 45 runs to win for the Spartans, and it's time for the strategic timeout.
So just coming towards the end of that strategic timeout, the Spartans 106 for 7. So one more still to come in this over. Imtiaz picking up his first wicket of the day. 1 for 20 for him. Gunaratne, the pick of the bowlers so far for this captain's side. And it brings the captain of the Spartans out to the middle. Srisanth, 20 innings, the best of an unbeaten 19. Going to need to do something a little bit magic. And this is what brought him to the middle. Looked at first like he'd really got a hold of it, and we thought in the commentary box it was going to go all the way, but the slight juggle and snaffled in the end.
Captain now. Last ball of the 16th. 25 balls, 45 runs to win.
Really good pace, gone straight through. So just the 5 from the over and the wicket. 16 gone, 106 for 7. Yeah, just falling behind now, that wiggly worm of the Spartans. 45 needed from 24 now, and just the 3 wickets still to come. That required rate up at 11.25, and Kosawala, well, he's equalled his highest score so far, which is 7. He's 7 from 8, and Srisanth yet to get off the mark from the one that he's faced. So Praveen, he has also been miserly, gone for just the 8 runs from his 2 overs. Himself a bit of room through that offside. It will just be a single, and they can't be dealing in singles really. 18 balls since they last found the boundary.
Imtiaz has his over. Parvinder Rawana has 2, but it's a spinner now against the captain of the Mumbai Spartans. There you go. If you like, have a look at the India captains. Rawana has 2 overs. Imtiaz has 1. Veer Pratap The only over that he bowled went for 11 runs. Save the run is the message from Saurabh Tiwari. Save singles, 3 fielders on the leg side. Praveen versus S. Srishant.
And he goes aerial with this one. Has he got the distance? Oh, yes, he has. All the way. That's what the captain needs to do.
Wow! Srishant goes big and connects. We've seen that before, but this time around, the big heave. The fielder was placed for that exact reason. He's just a mere spectator.
A few more of those needed there to drag themselves back into this game. And he chops on. Goes for 6. In the next ball, it's an ugly dismissal. And Srishant, it was fun while it lasted, but it was very brief, and he's going to have to go.
That silenced the dugout as well as the fans here. They realized there was some entertainment on the offer from Srishant. Just thinking to go front or back in the end, and inside edge onto the stumps. Cow disappointed. On the other side, delight for Praveen. The 8th one. Captain Srishant, he has to walk back after going big. He scored 6 runs. The Spartans are 113 for 8.
So first wicket for Praveen tonight, sending the captain on his way. Well, look at that, 32 runs for 5 wickets in the last 30 balls. Not happy. That's what sent him back into the dugout. He's still in his helmet. The previous ball he'd absolutely nailed for 6. This time just finds that inside edge as he got caught in 2 minds. Go forward, go back, and in the end, go back to the dugout.
Is still not ready to get his helmet off. Just thinking of how did he lose his wicket. It was a big one over mid-wicket, and after that, just the inside edge. It would have been fun, entertaining, had he been there. Nonetheless, it's Subodh Bhati who's coming next.
He goes for the big heave. Cries of catch it. Oh, what an excellent grab coming in off the boundary. That is sensational. And a man who is having a wonderful day already, Gunaratne, now adds another catch to his party today.
Fitness is always the key. He anticipated where the ball's going to end. Subodh Bhati had no option. He had to go for the big heave. Placed at deep square. He's judged it well. And a perfect end as well for Gunaratne. Praveen picks up yet another one in this over. The captains are happy. The Spartans are 113 for 9. Subodh walks back without disturbing the scorers.
इसको हल्के में मत लेना. ये कर दे क्या? ये कर दे क्या?
Just the one wicket now required by the captains to secure themselves the first win in the K Raza Legends League. Match number 1 of season 4. We thought at the toss that they might be trying to put 160 on the board, but 150. And this could be the end of it, as he just managed to keep his toe behind the line. Checking, 17 gone, 113 for 9. So 3 overs to come, 1 wicket needed to secure themselves the win here, the captains. The Spartans, they've struggled. Early on, it was Chipley who was doing the heavy lifting, but when he went and Gunaratne really got into his business, they've struggled ever since, falling behind on that run rate, and now wickets tumbling in all directions. Now 113 for 9. .38 needed from 18, just the 1 wicket in hand. Full toss goes aerial, gonna just land safe. 2 fielders converging. 1 more to the total. Has a little look at the toe end of his bat. Really well bowled and really well struck. Just a couple of bounces, straight as an arrow from Cariappa, using the pace. Beautiful timing. Not going to go down without a fight. Out of the back of the hand from Owana. Just watches it soar over his head. And goes again, carbon copy. This time the fielder gets around. And it's Amla in the field. He's already taken a sensational catch today, and this time cutting off what looked like a surefire boundary. This was the catch early on, coming in off the rope. Did so well, over his shoulder, stop, drop and roll. One of the hardest ones, especially under the lights. And then the second one, Gunaratne, already 4 wickets when bowling today, and then taking the catch in the field as well. And the slower ball this time, short and just somewhat agricultural to the leg side. So 120 now up for the Spartans. Target is 151, but as we were talking about earlier, when you think tournament play, 151 looks a long way away, so it's about just getting themselves as close to that as they possibly can, really, at this stage, to try and not take too heavy of a lift of a chunk out of that net run rate down the back end of the tournament. Full toss, chipped in the air, fielders coming round, and again lands between the 2, 4 more. This is exactly what the Spartans want to see at the back end of this innings. Appreciation from the dugouts. Yeah, full toss, given the treatment it deserved, really. It was there to be hit. Went out pretty high in the end, and both fielders just sort of watched it land between them. Now 11 runs from the over, one more still to come from Awana. He's still got another up his sleeve. Carved away, a little bit of football. And they're going to come back for a second. That's good running as well. Scampering through. So 2 off the final ball of the over. 18 gone. Spartans 126 for 9. Two overs still to come, 1 wicket needed, or 25 runs from the last 12 balls. Good little fight down the back end here. Look at that comparison, 138 for 7 at this point. The India captains, the Spartans, 12 runs behind that. Trying to see what they can get, squeeze out of these final 2 overs. 151 looks quite far off, not impossible, but 25 from 12 sounds like a tricky ask. Again, just a cross-batted slog, not too long off. Goes for the big heave, been completely bamboozled. Does well to keep his foot behind the line. Smart bowling this from Praveen, and again there's that little bit of turn and just that pitch keeping low as it has done all evening. That man, he's had a good day of things today. Sheldon Jackson, the first half century of the K-Rasa Legends League 4.0. Again goes for the big heave. Got no answer.
Sorry.
Just that little bit of turn. Sets himself this time much wider outside the off stump to try and combat. Praveen is just trying to toss it up wide. Trying to go leg side. And again, missing out. Shuffles across, skewed it in the air. This should be the game. Easily snaffled. And it's the captain who takes it to finish the game and secure the win for his side. It's the India captains who win the first game of the K-Rasa Legends League 4.0. A convincing win by 23 runs in the end over the Spartans. And a pretty good performance in the field in the end from the captains. They'll be very pleased with that. Gunaratne, pick of the bowlers today, picking up 4 for 20 from his 4 overs. 2 of those caught and bowled, and then just to add the icing on the cake, a sensational catch as well. So a great day for Gunaratne. 3 wickets as well for Praveen. He looked pretty good. 3 for 16 from his 3.5 overs. And it's a very convincing win in the end for the India captains, winning it by 23 runs. So they'll be very happy. That'll be a slightly less happy captain there, Srisanth. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board, the Mumbai Spartans, and have a think about where things went wrong. We thought at the toss that 160 might be about par, 160, 170, but 150 proved far too much in the end, falling 23 runs short in that chase, the Spartans, on the first night of the K-Rasa Legends League 4.0. A very convincing win, so they'll be very happy. Team in the blue and peach as they head off. The handshakes between the two sides all played in good spirits. Players who all know each other so well, played each other for many, many years. And this is how it all ended. He knew as soon as he made contact, he just spliced it up in the air, didn't even want to watch. And the early call, yeah, I've got it, that's mine, in the bucket. And that's a win on the board. The first win on the board for the captains. And captain of the opposite side, the Mumbai Spartans there, Srisanth, they've got some thinking to do. It looked like they were in the game, and then just wickets tumbling in all directions, especially when Gunaratne was bowling. He picked up 4 for 20 from his 4 overs today. So the fireworks celebrations for the captains, winning by 23 runs, and they'll be very happy. Points on the board, the first W on the board, and a good first day for them here at the K Raza Legends League. Remember, all the teams play each other once in this league, so these two won't meet again unless they meet in the knockouts or the final. So that target was 151 for the Spartans. Well, early on they looked like they were going to keep it in touch. Chipley coming in as impact player, 47 from 30, but again it was the man of the moment, Gunaratne, to see the end of him. Other than that, only Verma really putting up much resistance. His run of ball 18, and then Kolsawala at the end, his highest score in a T20, 11 from 12. But other than that, not a lot, finishing all out for 127. Look at that, Gunaratne, 4 for 20 from his 4 overs, 3 for 16 for Praveen, and 1 apiece from Imtiaz and Tomar, and then the 9 extras bowled, but didn't manage to make it through their 20 overs. So Srisanth, the losing captain, we're going to head downstairs and hear from him right now.
Yes, a legend of the game and the skipper of the Mumbai Spartans, Srisanth, with us. Srisanth, what a wonderful game. Where did you think that you just faltered a little?
All I can say is, first of all, thanks to the Haldwani crowd here. Thank you for this lovely support. Bahut badhiya laga. At the end of the day, it's the first game. This ground is beautiful. The groundsman have worked really hard. The Legends is back. So I am genuinely grateful to the entire Legends team. If you ask me where we went wrong, I have to, I'm a very emotional guy, so I will express it myself. So I think one of the bowlers were not really quiet. I went and complained also. I was emotional. As a senior player, or as it's a retirement league, so I shouldn't be saying this, but it's disheartening to see a bowler who can actually bowl well throwing the ball. So anyways, all the best to him. He's a good batsman, so I wish Tomar the very best. Otherwise, we were good. Yeah, that 4 overs was pretty crucial, especially when it's a slow wicket. I never thought I will get to bat, even though the crowd was asking me to bat. But it was a great game, man. I'm thanks to Raman Bhai and Vivek Bhai to bring this league back live.
I was coming to that. How enjoyable was that to get that big one? You connected one little middle of the bat. How enjoyable was that?
I have to say, Praveen is one of the most experienced customers when it comes to left-arm spin. He's done so well for in first class as well, and he's got a lot of experience. So it was good to get one off, but then he used his experience and the ball was not coming onto the bat. So I respect that. He bowled well, and Gunaratne, what a bowler. He missed out on the batting. But I have been watching him not just playing for the Sri Lanka, but all the leagues across the globe. He's done extremely well for whichever franchise he's played, and the catch which he took was, I think, the best catch today. So all the best to the other team that you have players like that. But I am very happy with our players. I call it the family. Today is the first day. Yeah. We'll go back and we'll have a small, but at the end of the day, what I told on the toes, Legends League is a festival. It's a celebration, so we'll celebrate this as well.
As always, it's wonderful to see you on the field. All the very best for the remaining
matches. Thank you very
matches.
much, guys. Thank you.
Such a wonderful leader, even of a losing side. So 150 for 9 put up by the captain. Sheldon with his half century was the pick of the batters there. But in the chase, the Spartans just couldn't get themselves close enough. Chipley, it was resilient for his 47, but Gunaratne too good with the ball. The captain's winning by 23. We're going to head to a break and we'll be back with the post-match presentation.
कैसे हैं जी आप सब लोग? लेजेंड्स लीग 4.0 में आप सबका स्वागत है. We've had a pretty exciting day one where it is the India captains, yes, the India captains that have beaten the Mumbai Spartans in that very first match. My name is Arjun Pandit and I'm joined by Rajat Bhatia as well in those red, blue light blocking sunglasses. But what you're going to show you right now, you can't block that out because Sheldon Jackson, जिस तरीके से शुरुआत हुई यहाँ पे दिन की, पहला मुकाबला है, हम लोग यही कह रहे थे, सब लोग थोड़े रेस्टी हैं. शेल्डन जैक्सन ने कहा जी अलग है, मैं आया हूँ तो मैं सेट होके आया हूँ.
नहीं, क्योंकि मैच्योर क्रिकेटर है, इतनी सारी क्रिकेट खेला हुआ है, उसको पता है कि हाउ टू डील दीज काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन, स्पेशली व्हेन यू आर अंडर प्रेशर. अंदर गया है, विकेट को पढ़ा है और देख लिया है कि किस तरीके की पिच है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ली है, स्पिनर्स को जाने दिया है, मीडियम पेसर्स को पकड़ा है. यही एक मैच्योर्ड इनिंग्स कहलाती है.
बिल्कुल, आप यहाँ पे देखिए 5 4s, there are 3 6s as well, 51 of 31 deliveries. और ये कैसे समय पे भी आ रहा था रजत, जब आपने कहा था कि शुरुआत अच्छी हुई थी
जी.
उसके बाद केसी करियप्पा थे, वहाँ पे दूसरी ओर मनन शर्मा थे, उन्होंने अच्छी गेंदबाजी करी, लेकिन वो दूसरी ओर पे लगे हुए थे जनाब.
देखिए, बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आपको सिचुएशन को कैसे आप पढ़ पा रहे हैं. उन्होंने यही किया, उन्होंने सिचुएशन को पढ़ा है. उनको ये समझ में आ गया कि पहला विकेट ज़रूर गिर गया, बट अगर वो थोड़ी देर खड़े रहेंगे, सिचुएशन भांप लेंगे, पिच को पढ़ लेंगे, उसकी टर्न को देख लेंगे, तो फिर वो इस सिचुएशन को डील कर पाएंगे. और उन्होंने यही किया, यही एक मैच्योरिटी की निशानी है.
वैसे फिलहाल सिचुएशन हमारे शो पे भी ये है कि हम नहीं, चैतन्य संत के पास वापस जा रहे हैं पोस्ट मैच प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए.
Yes, what a start this has been for the K. Rasa Legends League Cricket Season 4. What a start, high scoring, and in the end, we can say officially it was a nail-biter as well. Welcome to the post-match presentation. The K. Rasa Legends Cricket League would also like to thank all its sponsors and partners. Our title sponsor, K. Rasa. Travel experience partner, Ease My Trip. Our official streaming partner, FanCode. Official gaming partner, Dream Cricket. Official licensing partner, Blue God Entertainment. Pouring partner, Thumbs Up, and a hospitality partner, Chandan Hospital, Haldwani. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our presentation party. Mrs. Rashika Siddiqui, Deputy Director Sports, Uttarakhand Government, COO, Indira Gandhi International Sports Complex Society. Dr. Vikas Dadhich, Vice Chairperson, Department of Orthopedics and Sports Injury, Chandan Hospital, Haldwani. It is time to announce the legend of the match, and I would like to invite Mrs. Rashika Siddiqui ji to hand over the award, and it goes to Asela Gunaratne. What a brilliant performance. He was brilliant with the ball, kept on picking up wickets. And that's for the India captains. Asela Gunaratne gets the legend of the match. That's player of the match, of course. Yes, thank you so much, Asila. Thank you so much for everyone. And there we go. What a start this has been for the India captains. And that's a wrap from the post-match presentation. Back to Arjun.
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट संत बाबा. ये आज डे वन है, हम भी अपने पटारे खोले यहाँ पे बातचीत करने की. बट व्हाट ही स्पोक अबाउट ओवर देयर एट द एंड, असला गुणरत्ने, दोस काइंड ऑफ फिगर्स, रजत यू वुड हैव बीन अ प्राउड बॉलर देयर.
या डेफिनेटली, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हर ओवर के अंदर एक विकेट निकालना वो एक अच्छी बात है.
बिल्कुल.
हमने ये भी देखा कि एक ओवर के अंदर 3 विकेटें भी गिरी, बट ये भी देखा कि हर ओवर में प्रेशर को कैसे मेंटेन रखना है और किस तरीके से उस प्रेशर को चलने देना. एक बहुत बढ़िया कैच हाशिम आमला द्वारा. पर साथ ही साथ ये भी देखने को मिला कि इनके पास ना वो क्वालिटी इसलिए क्योंकि इनकी जो ट्रिजेक्टरी है वो लो रहती है और ड्रिफ्ट, जिसकी वजह से बल्लेबाज ओपन होता है और कई बार वो अपना बल्ले को क्लोज कर देता है और वो उस तरीके का शॉट खेल नहीं पाता जिस तरीके की शॉट की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है.
यू स्पोक अबाउट द कैचेस, तो सबसे पहले उन 2 कैचेस थे, एक हाशिम आमला का था और एक गुणरत्ने का था. सबसे पहले विल टेक अ लुक एट द हाशिम आमला कैच. नाउ यू यूज्ड टू बी नोन एज अ वेरी गुड फील्डर इन योर टाइम. टेल अस व्हाट ही डिड राइट हियर.
देखिए, मेकिंग श्योर कि बैलेंस ठीक बना रहे. सबसे बड़ी बात कि जब आप बाउंड्री के क्लोज होते हैं, आपकी आखिरी समय तक वो जो आंखें हैं वो बॉल पे, वो निगाहें वो टिकी रहीं. और गिरने के बाद भी ना उन्होंने ये श्योर किया कि गिर गए पर बॉल हाथ से नहीं छूटा, क्योंकि अगर बॉल छूट जाता तो स्टोरी वहीं खत्म हो जाती.
सर वहीं आज की बात थोड़ी अधूरी रहेगी अगर हमने भरे चपली की बात नहीं करी. इन अ लूजिंग कॉज, बट जब भी वो स्टे था ऑन द क्रीज, इट वाज एक्साइटिंग टू वॉच. यू कुडंट वॉच एनीवेयर एल्स.
सी, पॉजिटिव इंटेंट था और ऐसा लग ही नहीं रहा था कि वो इस पिच पे स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं. कुछ जो शॉट्स उन्होंने खेले, वो इलेक्ट्रीफाइंग एटमॉस्फेयर वो जो क्रिएट किया उन्होंने, ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो अकेले ही मैच ले जाएंगे. उनके आउट होने के बाद कोई चीज़ें ऐसे अंडर कंट्रोल आई नहीं. जब तक वो खेल रहे थे वो डोमिनेट कर.
बिल्कुल, उनकी ये पारी देखने के बाद एक बात तो पक्की है कि जब इंसान कमेंटेटर बन जाता है वो बुरा क्रिकेटर नहीं बनता. अभी भी उनके अंदर वो अभी भी गुण
देखिए मैं तो अभी भी कहूंगा कमेंट्री करना आसान है, खेलना अभी भी मुश्किल है, बोलना बहुत ज्यादा आसान है।
बहुत सही बात है। वैसे कल क्या आ रहा है जी? दिस वाज ऑफ कोर्स डे 1 फॉर यू। टुमारो बिफोर ऑफ कोर्स लेट्स जस्ट टेल यू व्हाट हैपेंड इन डे 1। इंडिया कैप्टन्स विनिंग बाय 23 रन्स। पहले बल्लेबाजी करी, उन्होंने बनाए 150 रन 9 विकेट के नुकसान पे। देन ऑफ कोर्स द स्पार्टन्स केम इन एंड दे वर बंडल्ड आउट फॉर 127। भरत चिपली 47 of 30। गुना रत्ने with man of the match winner figures of 4 for 20. So this was day 1. Day 2, what do we have in store for you? एक बारी नजर डाल लेते हैं कल आपके सामने क्या आ रहा है। रॉयल राइडर्स पंजाब वर्सेस इंडिया टाइगर्स। 7 बजे हम आपके सामने आ जाएंगे बक 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 करने के लिए, लेकिन उसके बाद पहला बॉल जो है that will be coming your way at 7:20. So that promises to be an exciting one. How was day 1 for you, Rajat?
बहुत बढ़िया। मुझे सबसे अच्छी बात लगी कि यहाँ पे जो ग्राउंड का एटमॉस्फेयर बहुत बढ़िया है। जिस तरीके से ये मैच खेला गया, मैं हमेशा मानता हूँ कि जैसे जैसे क्रिकेट खेली जाएगी और भी बढ़िया मैचेस आपको आगे देखने को मिलेंगे।
Lovely. Thank you so much for joining us. Rajat Bhatia will be with us throughout the duration of this tournament. We hope you enjoyed our broadcast on day 1 of Legends League 4.0. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Alvida, doston.
And he's gone. And he's got a hold of that one.
Brought up his half century.
3 wickets in the over.
That is beautifully struck.
That's massive. 6 runs. There we go. The legend in action.
Excellent bit of work off his own bowling. This should be the game.